Everybody, I think we need to start now. So welcome to the Development Control meeting today. My name's Cathy Guthrie and I'm the chairman today, I hope. May I first of all remind you of some domestic arrangements. Toilets are situated outside the meeting room opposite the stairs. Cold water is also available in the breakout area outside the meeting room. If the fire alarm should sound, please leave the meeting room by following the fire exit signs and meet on the Ipswich Town Football Club training pitch. Do not re-enter the building until you are told it is safe to do so. Please switch off all mobile phones or turn them to silent. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be filmed, except where there are confidential exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the Council to have consented to being filmed and to the possible use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The Council, members of the public and press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. Finally, can members and officers please ensure that you press the microphone for speaking and turn off when you have finished. Now, before I do introductions, can people hear me now? It's just that we do seem to be having a bit of difficulty with the sound system, and I do apologise. So if members, when they speak, can we just sort of shout at the microphone for the purpose of the sound. So the introductions, we have Ian Dupre, our legal officer, we have John Pateman G, senior planning officer, we have Robert Carmichael, our, what do we call you? Governance officer, but he keeps me on track. And then we have Mark, a planning officer, and we have Mandy, who's steering the internet. We have more people from the council who will be presenting cases. Down here we have our ward members, and we have ladies and gentlemen over the back who may have offered representation, supporters, applicants, agents, parish councils. You have a 3-minute to speak, and we have technology to cover that. But most importantly, we have our members of the committee here who will debate and decide on the applications before us. So there we are with that. And now we move on to the agenda. Apologies for absence and substitutions.
We don't have any apologies, Chair, but we are aware that Councillor Carter is running slightly late, so he'll join the meeting when we get to the, for whichever item we join, he arrives for.
And he will be able to vote when he's heard a whole application. So we've got a short one coming up. I'm going to give you the order of play anyway. Is that in order?
Yes, indeed, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. To receive any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest by members? There are none. Declarations of lobbying? I don't recall any, I must admit on this, no. Declarations of personal site visits? No. Confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 8th of January 2020, and I'll take it in bulk unless there are any amendments to be made. So that's pages 1 through to pages 10. And if everybody's happy with that, may I sign? Hello, don't worry. No, just get yourself settled. We're just doing the preliminaries. Good morning, Councillor Carter. Take your time. So may I sign these during the meeting? Yep. Thank you very much indeed. So I'll do that. Do that during the meeting. So to receive notifications of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
None received, Chair.
And for the schedule of planning applications, I'm afraid we have rejigged them just a little bit. So if you want to make a note of it, we are now doing 7E, which is number 1 on page 413. The second one will be 7A, which starts at page 13. The third one will be 7B, which starts at page 83. The fourth one will be 7C, which starts at page 179. The fifth one will be 7F, which starts at 413. That's right. And, no, I've got two at 413, haven't I? Actually. Hang on, and the sixth one is at 299, but they're the order. I might have just given you the wrong number pages. Hang on. For number 5, it starts at 449. I apologise, that's the only one that's out. So the order we're doing them in is thus, and we will start with Councillor Carter. Do you have any declarations of lobbying, pecuniary interest or site visits?
Lobbying and being on the interest of being on the Stonemark plan.
And which application have you been lobbied on, please?
Good question.
Do you want to have a look at that and let us know during the meeting, if you would, please? Thank you. That's all right. Right, so, Mark, if you'd like to present the first case, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Councillor Humphreys has in his hands two brick panel samples, which spell out what we're looking at the moment. It's a scheme for 300 houses by Hopkins, which got permission back in 2016. And there was a very restrictive condition, number 5, which said that all the materials had to match the drawings. It was an unusually restrictive condition. I think nowadays would have a tailpiece on the end, which would say, unless otherwise agreed by discharge of conditions. So we're contractually tied up into a bit of a knot there. And I just wanted your okay that the bricks could change from, let's get this the right way round. Okay, from the Renaissance red to the Athena. It's as simple as that. I can show you the site map if you want. I can show you where the houses are, etc. But that is it basically. And I hope we could speedily say that's fine.
We've got to go through the due process.
I have to go through the due process. I'm sorry. Yes, of course. Yes. That's the presentation as it stands.
Thank you very much indeed. So do members have any questions regarding that particularly? So we can move on from that. So, which one? Yeah, but I was just looking to see what it was. So there's nobody from the parish council, there's no objector, there's no representation, and Councillor Chris Smith, sorry. Chris Smith, would you like to come forward? Let me just write this down.
Morning. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, councillors. As your officer has indicated, this application is purely to request a change of brick detail on some of the plots. As you'll see from the report, there have been issues with us being able to source the previously proposed brick. Hence, we've tried to choose a brick that's of the same quality and as appearance as best we can that we are able to source. Hence, the reason for this application. That's all I want to say, Chairman, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? No. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If you'd like to return to your seat. And Councillor Matheson as the ward member, if you'd like to speak. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm sure the parish council are right in preferring the other brick, but I think that given the overall impact of the site on the area, that changing this one brick a bit, it's 88 of the 300 houses. We're not talking about the whole estate in a different brick. That really we will need to agree to this and let them get on with it.
Thank you very much. Any questions to the ward member? No? In that case then, from the chair, I'll actually propose the recommendation. I would say when I built my house, I was asked what colour brick I could have, and I was told any colour brick you like, so long as it's red. So it's a very appropriate colour So I propose it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Norris, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very happy to second the recommendation.
And it's as per the recommendation in our papers. All those in favour? Thank you very much. We are unanimous. Thank you. So we move on to Lawn Farm, Warren Lane, Woolpit. That's right, isn't it? So Mark, if you'd like to present that case to us, thank you.
Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Thank you, everyone. This item was deferred from the last, it was Development Control A Committee because some of the information was lacking. So we're back again. The application is for an employment use at Lawn Farm, Woolpit. The larger map there shows the A14 going around to the south of the site. And you can see the orange and the pink colour, which we'll come on to in a minute. So let's just zoom in a bit. There we go. So you've got two pieces of land which measure about 5.5 hectares between them. In between is a site that's already got permission for employment. Looking at the constraints, although it's disappeared amongst the hashing there is actually a footpath which goes north to south through the middle of the site and over to the east. There are a couple of listed buildings. That's Lawn Farm and there's Lawn Cottage down there. So those are the constraints. The proposal is the two islands of red. The blue line obviously spells out the larger site. And the proposed new employment land is in those areas which I've shaded, Parcel A and Parcel B. Now, it's possible Parcel A might be split up into two smaller ones. That's been shown on some drawings. But all we're considering today, members, is the principle of employment on this site, with landscaping and access being considered, but the access, to confirm, is an existing one anyway. Also to note on this drawing is the landscaping scheme which was agreed by condition from an earlier permission and was bolstered at the last committee by members with an amended landscaping belt over to the west. So along here, members secured a 5-metre planting belt. This is new planting as well. This is a 6-metre planting belt, and there's a 10-metre belt over there. That's already secured previously by condition. So to clarify on the accesses, there are two existing vehicular accesses which already have permission. That which is numbered number 1 is officially at the moment just the emergency access, but it's built up to adoptable standard to be a proper access, and it will become so as the site expands. Access 2 is the main access at the moment. They're both in and out. The green access over to the right is for cycles only onto Warren Lane. So to clarify, this is the existing permission. You can see the two buildings over on the left. The top one is already built and occupied by a company called Precon, and the one below it is about to be commenced, and the shaded area to the right has outline permission, and 2 weeks ago we received the reserve matters application for Bacton transport. So on the site itself, this is the Precon building. Thanks. And Precon are a construction and building supplies company. That's the ADNAC site I'm standing on there, looking towards the Precon building. So obviously the ground has been disturbed, ready to go. And they are a valve specialist. And that's looking across to the Bacton site. As I say, we've got the application in for that. So hopefully be able to determine that soon enough. Of interest is the scaffolding company, Landmark Scaffolding, which is on Warren Lane. We recently had an appeal on that site. The applicant wished to have housing there, and the appeal was dismissed because the inspector was concerned that it could jeopardise the future employment interests of Lawn Farm itself. So we got a recent appeal which does help us. The other point that was raised from our heritage officer was he was concerned about the setting of the listed building and identified harm, and left it to officers to weigh up the public benefit. I've circled the main part of the listed building there, and it gives you an indication of the relationship between the listed building and the site, which is shown by the trees basically over to the left. Our policy E8 does support the expansion of existing employment sites, which this now is, provided things are satisfied, such as the transport network, landscaping issues, etc. Our landscaping consultant has agreed to the landscaping scheme, and the Highway Authority has not objected. So, in principle, we have a few reasons to turn this away. It's also an allocated site in the joint local plan. So I would ask that members can consider to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the officer? Councillor Norris, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, just a very quick question. Could the officer clarify on page 14 whether the application site is or isn't within a neighbourhood plan area? She's saying is true, is not.
My understanding is because it's in the parish of Woolpit that it's in the neighbourhood plan area. I could be wrong, but the neighbourhood plan itself is at such an early stage, it's very limited weight anyway.
Thank you.
And Councillor Mansell, you had a question, please.
Thank you. Yes, I noticed on page 21 the added sections of the report. It mentions that some of the vehicles going in and out of the site are tracked. I'm just interested to know if that information will be publicly available.
There's no provision within the existing permission for it to be made publicly available. If you wanted something from this permission to do that, then you can ask for that as a condition. But as it stands, there is not.
And also maybe the applicant can give us some information on that too. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Matheson?
Yeah, I did ask the planning policy team to see if they could justify the difference between the parishes on the one hand and the economic development point on the other hand, regarding whether there was
yeah, but who
or
are you
was
asking
not
the
land.
question to? Because we haven't got the planning policy team here.
No, well, what I wanted to say was that that Robert Hobbs has provided a response to me.
But do you want to do that in debate rather than question and answer now? Because this isn't
I thought
relevant
the officer
now.
might read it out, but no matter.
If you find it, we can look at it in debate.
Chair, we have the economic development we have the economic development officer here, which I should have said. She is here to answer the questions on the economic development side.
Okay,
Forgive me for not saying that earlier.
Sorry, I wasn't aware that you were here. Well, would that help you, Councillor Matheson? Can you answer the question that he's asking or not? Not sure what the question
I've got
is.
Robert's response, if
Yeah.
that's... so basically,
Who is the response to? Is it just individually to Councillor Matheson?
it was, yes, there was
Yeah,
a
well,
response
I
to
think that
Councillor
needs to come out in the debate rather than...
Well, we don't have sight of that.
We haven't got sight of it here, so... Okay, we'll have a listen to it. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, hang on. Oh, am I? I'm on that one.
It's this one now.
No, it's that one. Sorry, and it's just closed. It was basically that the emerging plan recognised the need for flexibility in assessment of employment lands and also for employment uses, and recognised the importance of the A14 in the strategic growth going forward.
I think that's
So
reflected in the report anyway. Yeah. Okay,
that was
thank
it in
you.
a nutshell, wasn't it?
Thank you. So can we move on then, please? And we have Julia Ewens from the Parish Council, please, if you would.
Good morning. The parish councils of Woolpit and Elmswell have been against this development from the beginning. To allow further expansion would be inconsistent with the cases made previously against ad hoc intrusions into the countryside. Employment sites such as this should not be encouraged. It is away from public transport and ill-served by the highway network with its reliance on single-track country lane access to Elmswell, Weatherden and Woolpit. This site can be accessed from the east-bound A14 at junction 47A. However, on leaving the site, traffic is expected to travel east on the Old Bury Road through Hawley New Street and rejoin the A14 at junction 49. Few car drivers will make a round trip of 11 or 12 miles to get from the site back to the A14 road route into Woolpit. They will use the narrow Warren Lane and Wood Lane and Heath Road routes if they were going to Woolpit, and perhaps the even narrower Kiln Lane to get back to the roundabout at the foot of Elmswell Hill. If we are lucky, vans and lorries will not attempt these routes. We should not have to rely on luck. An HGV ban should be placed on all these small roads, together with the imposition of other measures to discourage workers' private vehicles using these roads. The traffic experts' report states that the road past the site has spare capacity. This may be the case, but it will not be the preferred route away from the site. What are the proposals for mitigation to allow safe vehicular passage and encourage walking and cycling by the future workforce resident in local villages? If this site is to expand, could a footbridge not be provided over the A14 to give pedestrian and cycling access? The parish councillors of Woolpit urge rejection of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Do members have questions for the parish council? Thank you. You may return to your seat. Thank you. We don't have an objector or a supporter. We have Bethan Haig, who is either the applicant or agent. Thank you. Use this one. Do you like it on there? Let's see it.
Good morning, Chair, members. My name is Bethan Haig and I'm from Boyer. I'm representing the applicant, Woolpit Business Parks Limited. They are a family-run business, all of whom live in the local area, mostly in Woolpit itself. This application seeks outline consent for a mixture of B1, B2 and B8 uses. At this stage, the proposals seek to confirm the principle of the development, alongside details relating to access and landscaping. Details of layout, scale and appearance will be submitted at a reserved matters stage. As part of this, the applicant will continue to work with the council to deliver a high-quality scheme which is respectful of the surrounding area. The principle of an employment use in this location has already been established. This would form an extension to the existing Lawn Farm Business Park, where a hybrid consent was previously granted for 3 units, which is under construction. Occupiers for these units have already been confirmed and a reserved matters application has also been submitted for the 3rd unit on behalf of Bacton Transport. The wider site also forms part of an emerging allocation for employment land as set out in your emerging joint local plan. The business park is becoming a recognised economic hub within Mid-Suffolk given its location along the strategic road network. As a result of its success to date, my client has received a number of inquiries from potential end users, which has ultimately driven this application before you today. They have advised my client that there is no suitable alternative employment land available along the A14 in the vicinity to meet their specific requirements in the necessary timescales. This has also been confirmed by the Council's Economic Development Officer, who has stated that there is an unmet employment need within the district. This proposal provides a real opportunity to expand on and support much needed economic growth and job opportunities within the district to ensure that Mid Suffolk retains its position as a place where people want to live and work. The proposed development has received no statutory consultee objections in relation to highways, ecology, environmental health, drainage and landscape. The Council's heritage officers consider there to be a low to medium level of less than substantial harm on Lawn Farm, and in accordance with the NPPF, this is outweighed by the significant economic benefits of the scheme, which should be afforded considerable weight. Overall, this proposal is in accordance with local and national policy, and it represents a sustainable development which will deliver jobs and accessible land to meet the area's employment needs. The officer's recommendation for approval is welcomed, which confirms that the principle of developing the site for employment purposes is suitable and acceptable. And it is respectfully requested that you support the officer's recommendation and approve this application. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Oh dear. Do members have questions for the applicant? Yes, Sarah, quick question, yes?
Well, I just wanted to follow up my previous question about the data obtained from the vehicle tracking movements from the site, and whether either would you be willing to make this publicly available or available to the parish councils of Elmswell and Woolpit, because it would be of interest to them, I would imagine.
Thank you. I can definitely speak to Precon that are currently using that information and can go back to you on that. Just to explain that, so the vehicles are tracked, and the reason for this is to ensure that the businesses are using the workplace sort of travel plan and things that's in place at the minute, and that they're conforming to it, which is part of a condition on the hybrid, and which we'd imagine would also be a similar condition placed on this application. Thank you.
I have a question. I used to live in Woolpit, and I know Woolpit, Elmswell, the area extremely well. Can you just put up a plan of the road system there? Is it intended that some of these lorries would go down Warren Lane towards Elmswell and cut through to Elmswell?
No, not at all. They would be continuing to go on to the next junction.
I mean the old A45?
Yes.
And so is that a sort of an expectation or a requirement?
That is a requirement as part of the travel plan that's in place, and that's another reason for why the vehicles are tracked, to ensure that they conform with this. Thanks.
Thank you for that, that's helpful. Yes, Councillor Humphreys.
Madam Chair, thank you. It's pretty much the same vein. I've looked at the map and I've looked at the satellite image. There's lots of talk of single track road, but just from my memory, I'm pretty sure I've driven down it and run down it. The old A14 isn't single track, is it?
The Old Berry Road to the north of the site, no,
Yeah.
no, it's
Thank
not.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to return to your seat. Thank you. And we now have Councillor Mansell and Councillor Geek, and you can fight over who goes first. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, I'm not in a position to support the expansion of the Lawn Farm Business Park in Woolpit. As has already been mentioned by Woolpit Parish Council, the highway network is not really sufficient in this area. As has already been said, access to the site is fine. You come off the eastbound carriageway of the A14 and you have direct access to the site. It is getting back onto the A14 that is the issue. Any eastbound traffic for the A14, yeah, that's going to go all the way along the old A45 to Tot Hill and join the A14 again. If it wants to go westbound, that is an extra 4 miles onto its route to go that way. So yes, Warren Lane, Elmswell, which is a single track road, does already have a lorry ban. Warren Lane, Woolpit does not have a lorry ban. So there is nothing legally to stop large vehicles going that way. Although it may not be the actual heavy vehicles that is the issue, it may be the employees who have small cars. And I mean, there is one shed that is already occupied, and it is noticeable that there is more traffic turning down Warren Lane towards the centre of Elmswell to get back onto the A14. Now, it either has to go along Kiln Lane, which is even narrower than Warren Lane, or it goes up to the Warren Lane Cross Street junction, which is an accident hotspot anyway. So I would be very interested to make sure that any travel plan is adhered to, because there is a definite increase in traffic along Warren Lane. Now, on the heritage and landscape issues, Lawn Farm, which is adjacent to the site, is a listed building. It has already got permission for 3 sheds surrounding it. So you could argue that having another 3 or 4 is not going to make much difference, but the Lawn Farm is going to be completely dwarfed by these new big warehouses. The pre-con site that's already there looks like a big site, but it's the one that is now just gone in for reserve matters is probably almost 3 times the size of that. They really are big sheds. And one question that we are regularly asked at parish council meetings is, why is it painted blue? When you are looking at the Lawn Farm from Warren Lane, Woolpit, you are looking towards the site with trees in the background, so the blue stands out against the trees. Now, if you're coming from Elmswell direction, as in the photograph, yeah, the blue goes against the sky. But if we're worried about the impact on the listed building, I'm not convinced that blue was the colour it should be. So I can't really support this, mainly on the traffic issues, and there are some concerns about the heritage of Lawn Farm.
Any questions? I mean, can I just remind members that appearance is not part of this application. Funnily enough, I hear loud and clear what you say about the colouring, and funnily enough, I actually would be happy to promote the blue, but where they've gone wrong is they've put green at the bottom and blue, because if you go to Milton Keynes, you can see blue coming up and blue coming up and blue coming up, and it actually works very well. But I hear your point, but we can't really discuss the appearance, but it's certainly noted. One question I have, just for clarity, is your concern, is it the Warren Lane going to Elmswell and to Woolpit that is your concern? Is that your concern?
Yes, I mean, I think the shortest route back to the A14 roundabout will be down Warren Lane towards Elmswell to the bottom of the hill, and then you do a left turn along Kiln Lane.
I know how you do it.
That is the shortest route. So that is I think the way that a lot of the employees in their private cars will use. They may, depending on which direction they're going, yes, they may end up in Woolpit as well, but Woolpit doesn't have, the roads towards Woolpit don't have any lorry bands on them, so you could get larger vehicles going that way. The larger vehicles obviously can't go down Warren Lane towards Elmswell, so we hope, but there is a lorry ban on that road. So there is some concern that some of the larger vehicles may go through Woolpit to get back to the westbound A14.
We, depending on how the debate goes, I mean, we could always ask Highways to put the restriction both ways, which, if the debate goes one way or t'other, but just a point. So thank you for the information. So, Councillor, do members have questions? So, first of all, Councillor Humphreys and then Councillor Matheson. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. One question, one point, really. The question is there already industrial activity close to Long Farm, the heritage site?
Yes, as you've seen on the plans, and I'm not denying that. There is one shed that has recently been constructed, and there are people working there, and there is the scaffolding firm which has been there. I don't know how long the scaffolding firm has been there.
Thank you. And the other is a point, really. You said that it was an accident black spot, and I think you're referring to Warren Lane and Church Lane at Elmswell with a turn left. Yeah. Since that employment started with the new shed. Just point of clarity, when did the new shed or the new industry start? Because the only accident that's been there, according to the crash map, one serious in 2017. It was 3 years ago. So I wonder if it is actually related and whether your point is relevant.
I'm not saying that the accident has happened because of the site at Lawn Farm. I'm saying that Highways have already recognised that that junction needs work doing to it because there have been accidents there in the past. I don't think the accident was anything to do with Lawn Farm.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson, please.
Thank you. Yeah, are you saying that the route that I would take from this site to Woolpit over the overbridge and then back into Woolpit, but there's no lorry ban on that option. No.
That's on
Not to
Heath
my
Road, I
knowledge.
think you're talking about.
Not to my knowledge, there's no lorry ban.
No further questions? Oh, yeah, Councillor Carter.
I'm not sure who to ask, but would it be possible to ensure tracking on the employee vehicles, private vehicles, to ensure? No.
That's private information, and that's... I was going to say, yeah, private rights, liberties and so on. I'm sure you'd be appreciative of not invading that. Right, so if we're done on that, any further questions? Do you have any questions, gentlemen? No? Councillor Gee, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to start by saying I agree with Councillor Mansell and the comments made in writing by Elmswell and Woolpit Parish Councils and by Hawley Parish Council and by Mrs Ewens today. As Councillor Mansell said, at first sight, it looks like this site has good connectivity to the A14, but in practice it's very hard to get back onto the A14 when you're leaving the site. The recommended access to the A14 westbound adds at the very least 8 miles to the journey. It's 4 miles out and it's 4 miles back. Now, this may not be a severe highways issue, but it is an environmental issue, and it's also an issue that will stop people taking that recommended route. We can't stop commuter traffic going up that narrow Warren Lane to Elmswell through those two already problematic junctions in Elmswell to the A14. If they choose the shorter but narrower Kiln Lane, they get to a very dangerous junction on the A14 slip road. Or, as we've heard, all vehicles could go down Warren Lane, south, Wood Road to Woolpit, up Heath Road, another problematic road, a lorry route at the moment, past Woolpit School, past Woolpit Health Centre to the A14. Now, those who work at the current location of Woolpit Business Park on the outskirts of Woolpit, they often walk into the village to buy a sandwich or to do a bit of shopping. That is not possible here. The hundreds of workers here won't contribute to the local economy, and they'll disadvantage it by driving through it. On the point about the neighbourhood plan, it is within the area of Woolpit's neighbourhood plan. This is not at an early stage. It's going to be submitted to the inspector in 2 days' time. And this area is shown there as key view. It's not shown as employment land. In the neighbourhood plan, employment is supported providing that it's within the capacity of the existing infrastructure and road layout, and we've heard of the problems of that. It's supported provided it does not encroach on gaps between the main village of Woolpit and one or more of the outlying settlements. This development does encroach on these gaps, and it has good access to the A14, avoiding the village centre. And again, we've seen that access to the A14 will not avoid the village centres of either Elmswell or Woolpit. So none of the conditions in the draft neighbourhood plan are fulfilled by this site. Now, Woolpit is already the third largest employment site in the district. So we welcome businesses, but in the right place. And this isn't in the right place, and so I don't support the application.
Questions for Councillor Geek? Yes, Councillor Humphreys.
Madam Chair, is it not true that there's an excellent cafe called the Stag Cafe, which is about 200 metres from the site, and that arguably would be where the people that work there would probably go for those snacks that you talked about walking into Woolpit?
They can if they want to go to a cafe, but we find that the ones from the Woolpit Business Park are tending not to use the cafes in Woolpit, but are tending to go to the shops.
Any further questions? No? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Right. Did you want to speak just to a couple of points that you've both raised? Thank you.
Just to make some comments really on the policy position, because it's starting to get muddled already, and I wanted to make sure it's clear to start with. Yes, the Woolpit neighbourhood plan is coming forward and will be going for examination soon. At this time, we give it little weight on the basis that it hasn't gone through that process. We don't know what policies will survive, if I can put it that way, that process. They may get changed and so forth. The other thing, of course, is that particular local neighbourhood plan, which is part of the development plan, has to have general conformity with the local plan, the district's local plan. And the district local plan is interestingly in a state of flux between 2 points. One is the Local Plan 98, which has policies within it, E8, for example, and others that would support extensions of existing employment sites as well as new employment sites. We also then have the draft emerging joint local plan, which has allocated this site, Lawn Farm, as a strategic employment site. Now, of course, that has, again, little weight. So there's an interesting debate on what weight to give what policies, because there's a tug of war between various aspects here. But I would perhaps advise you that they are all generally in the right direction to support this site overall as an employment site and expansion of within it. I think I'll probably leave it there, but I just want to make sure that people are aware of these aspects. Just very briefly, though, just to pull up on one point of the NPPF, which is the government's National Planning Policy Framework, which again also encourages employment sites, as you might expect, as it encourages employment growth. But it does also talk about where you have existing allocated sites and it is found by officers of planning, by the planning authority, that they are no longer relevant, that we should be looking at alternative sites and uses for them. This has started to occur to some of Mid-Suffolk's sites because of the age of the local plan, 1998, and we've had some allocations of employment sites around Stowmarket particularly that have now had to come forward for housing, and we have justified that previously on the basis of the NPPF. So there is a state of flux over the amount of employment land available, which is why we've got the economic officer here who is looking at the current position as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I just have a question actually of the economic officer. Hello. We note on page 23 that it says that Bacton Transport is the intended occupier. Do we know if they're relinquishing their current location, if that's the intention, or whether they will have a dual?
My understanding is that they've been seeking a larger site for some time, so my expectation is that they will move.
Okay, it's only expectation. Right, thank you very much. Thank you. Right, we're open to debate now, so who's going to start us off with that then, please? Councillor Matheson, thank you.
Yeah, I must say that the overwhelming thing that struck me about this is this problem of vehicles leaving to go west onto the A14 and how they're going to get there. So, you know, with that thought in mind, and all right, so we're hearing about the vehicle tracking and so on, and I don't know quite what penalties are imposed on drivers and companies whose lorries don't go the extra 4 miles to get onto the A14. But I think, you know, intensifying what's already there in the light of that, I do find that actually quite difficult. And in terms of alternative sites and so on, the other point that I raised with the officer and the planning policy and everybody was the idea that the Gateway 14 site, which obviously also has access to will have access to the A14 in both directions, that wasn't being marketed. And I totally struggled with that because it's been an employment site for a lot of years already in policy terms. So I do struggle with those 2 points.
I have to say, Councillor, I hear what you say, but that's not relevant to planning today. We've got to look at what we're looking at, the sites and the marketing of what's available now. So we can't bring in that debate. We're looking at the site here.
Sorry, just to clarify, ultimately, you know, different owners have all these various industrial sites across the district. We can't really sit and judge how they have marketed or not marketed those sites. Ultimately, we have to deal with this site on its own individual merits in terms of the proposal before us.
But I do hear what you say, point taken. Yeah. Who else would like to join the debate, please? Councillor Warboys, thank you.
I'm finding it quite difficult to find the sort of balance point in this. I think serious concerns have been raised about the infrastructure to be able to cope with expansion of this industrial site. It is a bit, I think it seems to be in another sort of chicken and egg situation where you've got what looks like an appropriate site for industrial development, but it isn't really supported by the infrastructure, where you've only really got a clear access going eastbound from the A14. Even that is onto a smallish lane. I do take on board the need for employment and the need for employment sites near to the A14 and not scattering them throughout the county. But in this case, the heritage team has also raised serious concerns about the successive development and the impact on the isolation of Loch Farm from the surrounding agricultural area, and to a lesser extent, Lawn Cottage. And the other site of across the road from Warren Lane is a special landscape area. The Warren, I think it's Woolpit Wood, but you've got this further impact, if you like, into an important landscape area. It's one of the major ones that is bisected already by the A14.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Councillor Gould, thank you.
Thanks so much. And following on Councillor Warboy's sort of way of looking at this as a point of balance between concern and opportunity, I guess for me, I'm probably on the other side of that point of balance. We understand the importance of economic growth, the provision of jobs to go along with the considerable housing growth that we're providing. Looking at the application before us, the things that, the principal things that strike me are, one, that we have a site which is adding to an established area of activity. And in a sense, I was struck looking at the heritage assets there and the impact that has already been made by the development, economic development that's taking place. I see nothing. I hear the experience and the predictions of the ward councillors, but I'm also looking at the highways assessment that we have here, which is seems fairly unambiguous to me. So I'm kind of minded, depending on how the debate goes. But at this point, I'm minded towards approval of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we just have the overall photograph that you had that showed Lawn Farm and the site? And I think there was some. It was more a view of the Google sort of.
Did what show the buildings?
It shows that, well, not necessarily the building. There were some buildings already adjacent to Lawn Farm and so on. Let's keep going. Let's see where we get to it. Keep going. It was an actual visual and
that
keep
one?
going.
No, the aerial photograph above.
It was an aerial photograph above. Yeah.
Oh, that was okay. Right at the end, yeah.
Oh, was it? Right, that one. Yeah. What is in the top of the picture on the right? Is that the site? What is that?
That's landmark scaffolding. So the circle is around Lawn Farm, the farmhouse.
Yeah, got you.
To the north is land which historically was linked to it, but is now occupied by landmark scaffolding.
So that is already there?
That's already there, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Right, thank you. I just thought we'd have clarity on that. Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Madam Chair, thank you. I get all the arguments, actually, both sides, and I sort of agree with some on your side and some on this side. And where are we? Well, the land's already been allocated for employment. The inspector who turned down the housing application actually said this jeopardised employment opportunities. The joint local plan identifies this area as suitable for employment and should be used for employment. And although it's got limited weight, that is some weight because it's not zero. So we've got to take that in mind. And the local neighbourhood plan isn't mature enough to have any weight, as far as I understand it. So we are where we are. There's already employment going on in that particular location. According to the crash map, there's been no increase in traffic accidents or incidents. So I based it on the evidence that actually it's made no difference. And when we talk about sustainability of the location, I'd argue that you could cycle from Elmswell or Woolpit to this site. So that ticks all the boxes, really, because you don't have to use a car. But that's a choice thing. And if you want to use a car, you can. The argument that it will take 4 miles to join the A14 if you're going eastbound or want to use the old A14 is a very good argument on environmental reasons. But actually, I might want to go to Felixstowe. So that's a more direct route and would actually shave off about half a mile. So there's no bend. So technically, I'd be more environmentally minded to go along the old A14 to join the A14 if I'm going to Felixstowe or to the east or to London. Because we don't know where this transport's actually going to go with its goods. We don't know where the goods coming into the location are coming from. So it's all subjective. But the fact is that it has got a decent road to the north of the site, which is the old A14, which is, because I have driven along it, suitable for HGVs. And that's proven really because industry uses it already. And it's also suitable by normal cars. I don't see an issue with that. And it seems a suitable road for the actual location. If we go on to the core policies, policy CS11, I understand it's 2008, I get all that, but it is the policy we've got. It talks about really supporting employment in rural areas, enhancing employment that we've already got, and it also identifies in some of the tables that businesses in the Woolpit Business Park, that should be encouraged, and also along the A14 corridor. Now, this is it. The A14 corridor is a suitable place for industry and business. Why wouldn't you have a business there? And again, as it's already been built on, already has employment, I just don't see any reason, MPPF, core policies, sustainability, any reason why we can't actually move for approval on this actual application. And because of that, and I have looked at everything, and I have listened to your arguments, I can't find any reason for not approving it. So therefore, and I'll add one more thing, sorry, Elmswell and Woolpit, we talk about employment opportunities. This is an opportunity for the local area, immediate local area of Woolpit and Elmswell to provide jobs, which actually, if we talk about the environmental sustainability bit, ticks another big box because we don't have to travel to Ipswich, Bury St Edmunds, London or wherever else to find work. Surely that all works, and how can we argue against it? So with that in mind, and the fact that I can't find any reason to not approve this, I'd move for approval, and therefore I propose that we actually approve this application.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Humphreys. First of all, can I have, I've got them, everybody hands going up here, Councillor Caston, then Councillor Carter, then Councillor Gould, then Councillor Norris. I think that's got everybody down. So Councillor Caston.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I agree with a lot that Councillor Humphreys has just said. We do need to be flexible to provide employment land, and we've heard that the demand is high. The existing permissions in place, I think, mean that the impact to heritage is a lot less than it would be. The highways issues, so I don't think you should ever send lorries down roads like Warren Lane unless you absolutely have to. We sometimes do, but as a matter of the running of a business, they shouldn't be going down there. It seems with this, there's 3 very sensible routes to the site and one very bad, well, 1 4-mile detour. So I think you've got to spread that 4 miles across the other 3 very suitable and very direct accesses, which I'd like that to be taken into consideration in it. I'm minded to approve this, and if you're looking for a seconder for that, I'd like to second the Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you. Just before we move on to all the other members, we mentioned earlier about restrictive access down some of the unsuitable routes. Can we put an informative on if the proposer and seconder is happy with that, because, you know, clearly both councillors have and the parish council have expressed concern.
Or do you want a letter to the Highways Authority?
Which would be, I'm in your hands.
And if just goes to the applicant, ultimately they can't do anything about it.
So would we like a letter to the Highways Authority to see if that could be achieved? Should it be minded to be approved? We don't know yet. We're just in that stage. Would you, as a proposer, be happy with that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would, and I think it would appease the parish councils, and rightly so. Yeah, I think that'd be a really good move.
And the seconder on that. Right.
As a seconder, yes, I think that'd be a very good idea.
Okay, thank you. So can we move on to Councillor Carter, please? Thank you very much.
Well, unfortunately, you just stole my point. But I would like to say it's very, very mindful that this current administration has business and growth in mind. So we can see the direction where this is likely to be heading. But we have also declared a climate emergency, yet we've yet to do anything in regards to this sort of thing. So I did wonder if the applicant was agreeable, if they could do an environmental assess report and to propose ways of actually mitigating any further transport, any further that might be, if they could look at doing anything to help mitigate the environmental impact of the increased traffic. And I had a further point, but for the life of me, I can't remember it.
Come to you in a minute, I'm sure. Just one moment. Sorry, I've got everybody talking at me. Even I can't do it all at once. It's gone. Sorry. Yes, go on.
If I can just draw your attention to the recommendation on page 24, you have both sustainability measures and travel plan to be agreed. Now, if I recall the previous application for the buildings that have already got approval, and I do recall the debate that occurred then, there was a discussion about the sustainability measures, there was a discussion about encouragement of electric charging points and so forth. I'm intrigued by, obviously, recent government change of thought in respect of fuel, and there are aspects around that obviously this business is going to have to consider in the next 10 years, really. But ultimately, we do have that in place which would match the existing buildings, and I think it was quite a high spec at the time. I don't have it specifically to hand, but I do remember it was as good as we could do at this current policy position.
Thank you. I remembered the electric charging points. Did you remember your point, Councillor?
Yes, also regarding electric charging points. So we're kind of on the same wavelength. I had just wanted to point out as well regarding the neighbourhood plan. I know that we are at early, considering those stages, so like being 2 days before review. I would be mindful that being a local plan, they are obviously more aware of issues than we are as a overly. So I would have to put more weight on a neighbourhood plan than I would a joint local plan, which has the administrative overview. So that's where I'm thinking.
But unfortunately, it isn't made, so we can't have regard to it, and we have to look at it in the legal round. Am I correct? Yeah, I know where you're coming from. Yeah, they do form part of it. Well, we've got some more before you, Councillor Matheson. You've had a few goes at the moment, so let's have Councillor Gould I've got next, and then Councillor Norris.
I'd be delighted to give way to Councillor Matheson, especially as I was going to second the proposal,
right, okay.
which Councillor Custard's already done. But my pleasure to...
Well, it's Councillor Norris first and then Councillor Matheson again. So Councillor Norris, if you would, please.
Thank you, yes. Without taking too much of the committee's time, I think partly my point of concern...
Could you speak up, because I'm sure they can't quite hear.
My concerns basically relate to the access back on the A14 for the heavy traffic travelling westwards. The recommendation on page 24, I notice, does include conditions, highway conditions and a travel plan. I'll just point out on page 37, the response from Highways England in the middle paragraph of Annex A reads, a substantial proportion of trips associated with the proposed development will be via the A14, but the local access arrangements could make it somewhat problematic for those trips, and such trips could easily find themselves on suitable local roads. We would therefore suggest the local signing and routing arrangements will require particular attention. Will this be taken account of within the travel plan mentioned in the conditions?
Well, I think that's what's going to be with our letter that we're going to do, was it not?
Part of that was also picked up in the previous application, and as the previous application is in the middle of construction, that's still to come forward, so it is in there.
And quite rightly so, actually. So, oh yes, Councillor Matheson, if you would be brief, please.
Yeah, I wanted to just check that the bullet point recommendation sustainability measures will actually fully incorporate on page 18, two-thirds of the way down, there is a recommended condition in detail. Is that the one that we are being hinted is going to appear? And yeah, I think the other question I've got really is about the implementation of some of the things on the previous approvals of on this overall piece of land. Surely that if we've asked for the signing as per Highways England, that on the first one it should be there by now. It needs the site is in use, and in the same exactly in the same vein actually. I did wonder at the note which I saw somewhere or other, or perhaps it was up on the screen, that the cycle access on the main access to the land is yet to be implemented also. I mean, what are we doing to actually make sure these things are done in a timely way?
Separate matter for a different day, I've been informed. But I think we've had a good enough debate on this particular application where we are. You can make a decision on it. But the cycleway is another time, am I correct?
If there are enforceable matters that we need to chase up, then that is a separate point that we can take away from this meeting and go to our enforcement team to explore. Both points you made, yes.
Right, on the basis of I have a proposer and a seconder, before I just go to that vote, I do like to say that I have heard everything that the ward members have said and their concerns. I used to live in Woolpit, and so I hope with what we've been debating and what proposals are as safeguards, that will safeguard those concerns. So all those in favour, please vote.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And those against?
2.
2. And abstention? 1. Thank you very much indeed. Do we want to break or should we keep going? Should we have a quick break? Would members like a quick break, please? And can we make it quick because we can go ahead? Thank you. reconvene now, and we are moving on to the land west of the former bacon factory at Elmswell, and that's on page 83. And Daniel, it's over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me at the back? Is that okay? Seems to be. No one's complained. This application was previously deferred. It was previously heard on the 8th of January. It's made an outline. It proposes 65 dwellings on the highlighted site. Access is to be considered, but appearance, layout, scale and landscaping are all to come forward as a later application called Reserved Matters. If we look at the constraints map, we can see the edge of Elmswell. Here into the south, we've got the railway line running across the south of the site here. We've got a Grade 2 listed building located here. There's also a few public rights of way running on both sides of the railway line and also through this site here. When it was previously heard, it was deferred for additional detail to come forward on highways matters, details of alternative routes avoiding the School Road, Church Road junction, detail of the proposed footpath route between Woolpit and Elmswell, and also for some information to come back on junction capacity. The report you've got in front of you, members, adds additional detail to that was previously seen in sections 4 and 5, and the additional materials provided for you in bold. If we go now to this slide, it still shows the application site edged in red. The black line is the extent of the previously approved site on the Grampian Foods site that's built out. And then we have the various dots showing the various amenities within 12 minutes walk of the application site within Elmswell itself. We come now to additional information on the alternative routes avoiding the junction at School Road, which is the one here, and that route is shown with the dashed blue line from the application site. Utilising alternative routes through Elmswell just so that you avoid being caught up in traffic on School Road there. We've got an additional route this way, and we've got an additional route through here as well. They don't add a huge amount of time onto average journey times at peak hours. We're talking about half a minute and a minute average. We've got additional detail showing the footway cycle path link proposed by Highways. This is the corner of School Road along here. We'd be coming up to the railway line, and then the site's up here. So the idea is to take a footpath, cycleway, along this pink dotted line down here. The site in here is allocated as part of the joint local plan allocations document within Woolpit. This is a site that's to bring forward the new primary school in Woolpit. So the footpath link would come round here to here and would reach that site, so we'll be able to provide a walking cycling link of 1.9 miles between the two. We've then also got some further information on alternative routes going east. So you could always utilise the other alternative routes shown within the previous plan and join the A14 at its junction here, or there are additional routes here which are well known and used by residents, and they're roughly equivalent to the speed of this route going past Church Road, School Road. I just want to draw members' attention to the information provided by the Highways Authority within the table of papers on pages 13 and 14, which provides additional information which I've summarised within the report, but that is the information direct from the Highways Authority themselves. In terms of their previous response, where they note that the junction at School Road and Church Road operates at an RFC of 1.05, with the RFC being a fancy highways engineer's term for whether the junction's over capacity or under capacity, with 1 being over capacity and anything under 1 being under capacity. they confirm that at present the junction operates with capacity. There is capacity on the junction at present to take additional development. The 1.05 figure quoted in their previous response is the capacity likely at the junction by 2024, taking account of allocated growth that's coming forward through the draft joint local plan, and includes what they term as a growth factor, which takes into account windfall sites such as this as well. So the junction would be operating over capacity at 2024, but that is on the assumption that we have no further highways improvements to that junction. Given that the draft joint local plan allocates sites along this school road stretch here and here, both those sites are being charged with looking to bring forward both part of the footpath cycleway and charged with bringing forward improvements to the junction. The specific nature of those improvements we're still negotiating with the applicants, and that's due to issues with heritage assets within that specific area and how the road infrastructure, that furniture, would sit alongside those designated heritage assets. If I pass back to you, Chair, and we can go over any questions, seeing as we've...
So your recommendation is of approval then?
Your recommendation remains for approval, yes, given the support we've had from highways. Sorry, thank you, Kathy.
Members, do you have questions for the officer, please? Councillor Humphreys, then Councillor Matheson. Thank you.
Madam Chair, it's just clarification really on what were the specific items that the councillors thought needed to be addressed for it to come back to us. And the question is, have those specific questions and points been addressed and answered to a satisfactory level?
Yes, we've had additional information back from the Highways Authority. We've also had additional information from the applicants giving us details of those alternative routes. I think so. I think in terms of the junction capacity, Highways are clear that at present the junction does not operate at capacity. It would only operate at capacity were development to go forward and no mitigation to happen to that junction, and it would be operating over capacity sometime around 2024. I think the fact that we have two applications with us at present that are looking to address that means that we can probably have some confidence that we will have some improvement to that junction in the near future. I think that part of the alternative routes show, okay, it's not the most direct route. I think going eastbound towards the A14, for some people within Elmswell, those will be preferred routes. There isn't too much difference. Going westbound onto the A14, there is a minute additional journey time. I don't think that is an unreasonable addition to the length of journey, and individuals will make the decision for themselves whether they are happy to sit in the traffic or whether they prefer to take an alternative route. I think the footpath route, we have details of that now. We know where it's going. We know that in terms of the school road aspect, we have two applications there, and Highways will be looking for them to bring forward part of that route within land in their ownership. We have the large allocation LA095 in Woolpit that's bringing forward the primary school, and other allocations in Woolpit that will be likely to be sought for contribution towards that link. You know, Elmswell and Woolpit have a well-established relationship whereby some of the facilities are in Elmswell, some of the facilities are in Woolpit, and there is an expectation that people will travel between the two villages to make use of them. Provision of a walking cycle route would be of benefit, such that we've got a more accessible and a preferable option, or a more attractive option, so that people making that journey could choose to do so by bike, could do so on foot if they were that way inclined. And we know that the Highway Authority are looking to bring that forward in the near future. They refer to that forming part of their draft local transport options plan. in looking into that, that's formed of two components. There's a strategic plan that runs from over a period of 20 years. That runs from 2011 to 2031. And then the implementation of that strategic plan is broken down into 5 4-year periods. It's the next 4-year period plan that's in draft currently, and it's within the lifetime of that plan that Highways will be seeking to bring that footway, cycleway to fruition. And that will be using a combination of land that is Highways land, so part of the Highways version is in their control. Part of the land would be in third-party ownership, as we just discussed, and part of the land would be coming forward from Sustrans.
Thank you. Just before we move on, there are copious comments in the report following the deferral, page 97 to 98. Does give us all those additional things, which is as Daniel's just outlined. And one of the questions I've had all along is what exactly is the improvement to the cycleway and the footpath and the roundabout? So that's something that I think we're all keen to know about. But also on page 93, sorry to spring it before you other people, it does say 2.4, the site further secures land for potential delivery of a later relief road. Is that for this site only? Have I missed that? Or is that for...
No, so if I go to the relief road first and then we'll go to the roundabout. In terms of the relief road, I understand that that's an ambition of the Elmswell neighbourhood plan.
Okay.
So that would come forward as part of that. So there is a piece of land left from the neighbouring site that's to provide connection to the relief road. Okay. Part of this site is set aside so that development on this site doesn't prejudice that. That partly feeds into, when we talked last time, members, about the width of the access onto this site, and part of that is designed so that when a later relief road comes in, that will continue that line through the village. In terms of the detail of how Highways are intending to cross the roundabout, part of that will have to come through the draft local transport plan. It's my understanding that what they'll probably try and do is individual crossing points on the spurs with dropped curbs, so that you're then...
Safety in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. It's just that it's keep talking about it and we don't seem to know much about it. Now that Councillor Matheson and then Councillor Caston, then Councillor Norris. I must write it down or I'll forget.
Thank you. The cycle route that is presumably, that slide went through quite quickly, but presumably that's going through the junction that's potentially going to be over capacity. I wondered whether we've got any detail of the treatment of the cycle route through that junction.
So at present, no, that's still to come forward in detail through that draft local transport plan. It's my understanding that that part of that route is being delivered on third-party land. So it's my understanding that part of that route wouldn't utilise the junction at all. For the footway, cycleway, it would be separate to the junction itself.
Separately onto Church Road.
So yeah, you would make the turn. I mean, forgive me, I'm not a highways engineer. My understanding would be that we'd stay on this side of School Road and then make the turn onto Church Road.
We haven't got the details, so we
haven't
can't
got the
surmise
details,
too
so
much. So
it's speculation. It's speculation at this point, but we know that the Highway Authority are looking to bring that forward within the next 4 years.
Councillor Caston and then Councillor Norris. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You told us that an improvement to the junction was being negotiated at the moment, and one of the complications in that was a heritage asset. Could you explain how complicated that is and how easy to deliver that improvement will be?
Reference there was being made to an application that I'm actually leading, which is on the School Road itself, and a site for there's 105 or 106, I've forgotten which one it is, but it's just over 100 houses on the top corner on the allocation within the draft local plan. Part of that provision will, and it's a current application at the moment, it's a pending decision, will be the widening of School Road with the cycle path and it will have junction improvements being proposed, and we have got a plan for that the Highways Authority have agreed. The conversation has been around traffic lights. Ultimately, if you put traffic lights on that junction, those traffic lights in their lighting and physicality will have a direct bearing on the designated heritage assets on that quite close by. But of course, in Elmswell, forgive me, but these are quite important historic buildings, because it's in terms of where our other historic buildings are in Elmswell, this is the main sort of flurry of them in this sort of junction. So it is important to get that right, and we are being very conscious about what we call furniture. That includes traffic lights, to ensure that the detailing of that is correct. At this moment in time, given all the allocations, all the applications that we have knowledge of, there's no requirement for those traffic lights specifically, and that is something we've just got agreed with the Highways Authority. However, beyond this one and beyond all the others that we know about, if anything else comes forward, that debate on whether there should be a traffic light system at this junction will be reopened, no doubt. But we're sort of speculating a little bit on an application that isn't before us, so I would possibly then say, as a sidetrack, we need to go back to this application, and as this application stands, it's ahead of all the others. So therefore, we're talking about the capacity as it currently stands is from a highway point of view, absolutely fine. Doesn't require traffic lights, doesn't require those improvements directly in association with this application. We have got provision for money towards a cycle route. I will urge members that we don't actually have much in support of policy for that requirement. That is a very tenuous link to the burden of the development. The Woolpit local plan doesn't mention it in terms of a policy that we can hook it onto, even as a draft neighbourhood plan. We don't have anything within the actual draft joint local plan either, to my understanding. I think I'm correct there. So, that is a benefit that is being put forward by the applicant, and therefore perhaps should be given more weight in that context.
Thank you. Councillor Caston.
Thank you. The comments, the response from Strategic Planning Policy on page 143 seems to be at odds with the recommendation to grant outline planning permission with conditions. Item 1, policy position, the final sentences say that the proposal is not encouraged or supported. Cumulatively, the proposal would cause impacts on infrastructure. And then item 2, the middle paragraph, says that the proposed development is not part of the proposed site allocations of the emerging joint local plan. Could the officer clarify the position, please?
Yes, they're absolutely correct. Ultimately, they are. We have asked them for policy consideration. They are looking at their intended joint local plan in the future. This is not a site within that plan. However, right now, we don't have much material weight to give to that joint local plan because it's only got little weight, and we are in a position that we have a local plan that is out of date as far as its planning policies on housing are concerned, something we've discussed many times before, but ultimately we have to consider this as on that basis that this is we've got a local plan that isn't in full compliance with the NPPF, and therefore we have to look at what is the demonstrated harm of this proposal. On that basis, the balance is within your report, and we have gone through the various aspects of material planning considerations, highways and so on, and we cannot find demonstrational harm to seek a refusal in this case. So given our current policy position that is out of date in terms of housing supply, because we have a housing supply, yes, but the policies that attached to that are still regarded as out of date. That was established under the Woolpit appeal. We have to deal with it on its merits at this moment in time. Policy clearly we'll look at the future policy position, which is what they've clarified in that comment. And here we are.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? No? Right. We now move on to Mr. Peter Dow, if you'd like to come forward, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Morning.
I'm going to deal with only one of the three main factors and leave the rest to ward members who get allowances, we don't, which is the highways issue. It has been well aired in the previous application, which just happens to have the same pinch points as we're likely to suffer here. The overcapacity of this junction is very well documented. There's some sleight of hand evident whereby highways have suddenly decided it won't actually be overcapacity until 2024. The developer admits it's overcapacity. The parish council commissioned 2 professional surveys, both of which proved that it was overcapacity. And it's significant that the application, as Mr. Patemanji has said, the application registered for the 105 houses, which will be before you very soon, suggested traffic lights on Church Hill. Now, we took a degree of joy in thinking that this had been abandoned as the nonsense that it is, but it left us thinking, what next? One of the several mitigation schemes that have come and gone was traffic lights. This application seeks to square that circle by simply saying it could be considered that many drivers will choose alternative routes, which poses a big question. We're pleased to see there's no suggestion that everybody will turn left, go up Ashfield Road and via the country lanes through Norton. It's cheering that nobody's actually suggesting that's sensible. However, the main suggestion of accessing Church Road through the village, through New Road and Cook's Road, still uses the same junction. Everybody will still have to drive through the Church Road School Road junction to reach the roundabout. Therefore, the pressure on capacity will still be there. There will be a lot more traffic on Church Road, if that's the way people choose to go, and down Church Hill, which seems like a nice option until you look at the build-up of the traffic that has chosen to come down School Road. It's waiting to turn right, past the almshouses, past the church. Waiting to turn left, in the only route accessible for them into the village, are the HGVs from Mr. Wilson and Mr. Hudson. Now, Mr. Wilson has 26 HGVs. 9 of them are so big they require rear steer, and they're not what you'd call nimble. To turn left into School Road is a wide arc and a problem. If that junction is blocked by traffic trying to turn right, because it can't get out because of all the traffic which decided to go the other way, we have the same problem as we have identified before. We will have gridlock.
Mr. Dow, you're on your 3 minutes, please.
But I'd like to take back to the residents then, if I may, one of 2 things. If it's overloaded, the voluntary rerouting is not going to work. Therefore, in light of the harm that would ensue, I'd like to report that members have refused the application.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Dow, please? No? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. We don't have an objector or a supporter, but we have Mr. Jeff Armstrong with Chris Stock, who's some highways consultant, I presume. I'm not sure. You've only got 3 minutes, so I don't know if you're going to split it or what. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Jeff Armstrong from Armstrong Replanning, and I've been the agent for the planning application. At the last planning committee, members chose to defer the decision of the application proposals to allow for additional information to be provided, with respect to off-site mitigation measures and clarification of the alternative routes available from the development onto Church Road, the details of which the officer has gone through with you earlier on today. This information has now been provided and serves to help demonstrate the proposals are acceptable in highway terms and offers a sustainable location to meet housing needs. I would therefore ask that you accept the officer's recommendation and grant planning permission. Both myself and my colleague Chris Stack, on my right, are happy to answer any questions from the committee, myself on planning and Chris on highways. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions at all? No? Thank you very much. If you'd like to return to your seats, thank you. We now move on to the ward members, and we've got Councillor Mansell and Councillor Geek, and you can, I believe it's Councillor Geek's turn first to have your discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to start off by saying that Mr Dow has put his case extremely well, and I agree with everything that he says, and I'd like to add something specifically about the primary school. I mean, essentially, I feel I can't support the principle of development on this site because of those infrastructure issues, and the primary school is one of them. We've got extra information on pages 96 and 97, but we're still told on page 89 that the Elmswell Primary School expansion project will not be able to deal with pupils arising from this proposed development, as existing permissions have absorbed this additional capacity. Page 96, paragraph 4.1, still talks about how there's a primary school within a 12-minute walk, and this is still completely irrelevant, as the children from this site will not be able to be accommodated at that primary school, not now and not in the future. All of the primary school children from this development will need to be transported outside the village, with, of course, massive knock-on effects for traffic, especially at those Church Road junctions, into School Road and New Road junctions. The cycle and footpath between Elmswell and Woolpit doesn't yet exist, and I think I'm right in saying that because of this, no weight can be put on it. As you've all noticed, there's an awful lot of unknowns still to be sorted out. In any case, talking about choice between driving and cycling and walking, the proposed route is hilly and it's difficult. It involves going over the A14 on a bridge that's shared with all those lorries. The choice of which means of transport to use is therefore tilted significantly in favour of the car at present, and we need to do something to make that the right choice easier. Also of relevance to families is the provision of play areas and open spaces. I've got doubts about how both of these will work in practice. Particularly the play areas, we hear on page 102, paragraph 12.6, that play areas will be valued community assets and represent a social planning benefit, so there's significant weight attached to this benefit. But then on page 88, the public realm team say that those open spaces have only got very local value, not enough for Mid-Suffolk District Council to adopt them. I'm really not sure why we're bothering with three tiny spaces, presumably all trying to recruit tiny management committees, when most people, I mean that's adults, that's teenagers and children, they like to meet up at a central place to play with or chat with their friends. I think they're unlikely to be used much and the money would be better spent elsewhere. And then lastly, page 95, paragraph 3.14, talks about the employment that the construction will provide. House building is a powerful stimulus for growth. It both creates and supports many jobs while it is going on. Well, you all know these arguments, so do all sorts of other environmentally inappropriate things such as coal mining. We can't cover our countryside with more and more development just because it creates jobs while it's being built. These houses are going to stand for a century or more. The carbon emissions caused by their building will be around for even longer. We have to look to the future rather than concentrating on the short term. So for those reasons, I'd urge you not to support it.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Geek? Councillor Carter, thank you.
Yes, thank you for that presentation, very well put, although it could have been slower for me to go through all the pages. But I was going to ask regarding the terrain. You're saying how hilly it is. We currently don't know about the footpaths. We don't know about the how the access is going to be regarding the terrain for a footpath and for a cycle path. We do not know whether or not the how it's going to be lighted, whether or not it's going to be traffic lights or there. So, how has there been any accessibility reports to Elmswell? Has there been any look to how it affects currently wheelchairs and partially sighted on the route? And is there any plans to look at the access and the terrain, how it would affect wheelchairs and disabilities?
Yes, that has been in the discussion around the cycle path. That is all currently with Sustrans, who are hoping to produce a feasibility report by the end of March. But we did, at meetings with them, we have pointed out that it's not just cycle and footpath. We must find a better way of describing these things that's more inclusive. But all the options that Sustrans have looked at involve either a route that is too steep for their current recommendations, and therefore they would want to zigzag it, which means that it takes up very much more land. It's much more difficult to find the land for it, and also it does mean that some people are likely to ignore those zigzags, or that it's steeper than it would normally be recommended to be, and a lot of people are going to have to get off and walk. And I'm hoping that the wheelchair, whether powered or human powered, those aspects and needs are built into that, but we won't know totally until the end of March. But there are just so many unknowns still there, and there will be, even with that report having been done. It's only a feasibility report, that it's difficult to say at the moment.
Thank you for that. Any further questions for Councillor Geek? No? In that case then, Sarah, if we can hear from you, please.
Thank you. I too would like to offer my complete agreement with both Peter Dow from the Parish Council and my fellow ward member. And I would also like to say that I think Councillor Humphreys got the nail on the head when he asked his question about whether the issues had been fully addressed. And he got the response that the officer believed that they had. Well, I'm sorry, I do not believe that they have been addressed fully. There are still way too many unknowns about this application. We don't know whether the cycle path will ever materialise. We don't know whether it's going to be suitable for all. We don't know what's going to happen about the school. We don't know whether we're going to have traffic lights at the troublesome junction. And I would just like to make a few points about the added bits to the report. Regarding the education provision, on page 97, section 4.5 talks about the Suffolk County Council bearing the cost of transporting those kids to a school outside the village. Now, dependent on another planning application, we may get a school site on the north side of Woolpit, but it is not the financial issue that is at stake here, it is the environmental issue. I mean, even if there was a free bus from Woolpit to a new school, from Elmswell to a new school in Woolpit, would you as a parent put your 4 or 5-year-old on a bus to go to school in Woolpit? I doubt it. I think you would drive that pupil to school through the troublesome junction, over the roundabout, creating an awful lot more pollution, creating parking issues at the new school. It is not a sustainable solution for the 21st century. Neither will putting about a third of the children from Elmswell to be educated outside the village. That will split the community. There's been no social cohesion. It is not the answer to this to development along the A14 corridor. Regarding the traffic issue, you've heard from Mr. Dow about the traffic lights, which are troublesome. We're told by some of our planning officers that there will be some mitigation. but we don't know what that mitigation is. We don't know whether it's going to be acceptable. The junction will be over capacity in 2024 with no mitigation, but we don't know if there's ever going to be any mitigation. So how can we make a decision about whether this development is going to cause trouble or not? I'd like to thank the officer for putting some routes up on the slide. And as has already been said, the routes to Woolpit and the A14 westbound do not avoid the Church Road, School Road junction. They just mean that you're coming at it from a different direction. It is not going to make any difference to the amount of traffic that is at that junction. They're still going to go through it. If you're going eastbound from Elmswell, yes, I can admit it's a route that my family would use if we were going towards Ipswich and Stowmarket. We go out along Weatherden Road. We don't go through the junction. So fair enough, eastbound's not a problem. It's the westbound that's an issue. And we also see in the late papers, we have the comment from the the Highways Authority, just one other point that hasn't been raised before regarding the level crossing. It talks about the amount of delay that could be caused by the level crossing. And then we have a comment from Highways saying that residents would time their journeys to avoid the barrier operations. Well, at the present time, you never know when the train is coming because it could be late, delayed or whatever. So timing it is not the issue. I live north of the level crossing, and if I know that the barriers are going to go down for a passenger train, I don't say I'm going to wait 5 minutes. I go the other way. I go down the unsuitable roads to Norton or to Weatherden Upper Town. People are not going to time their journeys to avoid them. They're going to find alternative routes along unsuitable roads. So I just still think that we have far too many unknowns. There are too many things that we don't know, too many ambiguities in the highways issue that we cannot support this application, and I would urge you to refuse it.
Sorry, I do beg your pardon. Thank you for that, Sarah. I'll just ask the officer to pick up on a few points before I come to questions to you, which might help some of the questions.
I totally agree. There are a number of unknowns. However, they're not relevant to this application. The footpath, the lights, the junction improvements, they are not a requirement or directly required as a consequence of this application. The application has provided a contribution towards the footpath improvements, but there's no actual plan for that footpath. There's no proposal in place for that. That contribution, I think it's £50,000, is in place should it be required or can be used. If it can't be used, I think it's within 10 years, it will go back to the applicant. It is a gesture of betterment. Ultimately, it is not a requirement for the burden of this development directly, and I do actually question if it's needed at all. In terms of the school, yes, there is a plan for a new school in Woolpit. Ultimately, the Education Authority are looking at the educational arrangements of both Woolpit and Elmswell. They have no actual objection before us in respect of this application. I would also point out there is an unknown in terms of the education question. We do know what the numbers of pupils might be across both villages. We don't actually know what the parents' choice might be in terms of which school they send their children, because ultimately parents' choice is available these days. It's not a pure catchment system. We also have an issue that you have a kind of delay. This is why you have public transport laid on and paid for by the applicant for the first 5 years, because you have different catchments, I can use the word catchment, ratios of kids in one school that may be coming from Woolpit and kids in Woolpit coming from Elmswell. If you provide capacity or a new school in one or the other places, those ratios will change, but it takes at least 5 years for that to change, because the kids that are in the existing schools at the moment need to get through the system and get up to the next school. So ultimately, we don't actually know what the ratio is at the moment with both of those schools of where the kids are actually coming from at the moment. This is why you have a 5-year plan of transport costs, because it allows for that transitional period to take place. But, like I said, in the end, we're not the Highways Authority, we're not the Education Authority, and from an officer point of view, from both of those authorities, we have no objection before us. Thank you.
And just before I go on to questions, if I can indulge Councillor Mansell, you're asking us to refuse this, but what defensible policies are you putting forward for us to do so, bearing in mind that we have gone to professionals and the highways are saying one thing and another? So if you can give us some policies and some help on that are defensible, then that would be interesting to hear from you.
Well, I don't think I'm in a position to provide the policies, but as you yourself have said on many planning committee, highways are a consultee. They, you know, we are the planning authority. Highways are only consulting. And sometimes I have my doubts about their responses because I completely disagree with them. But
so to cut you off, basically, you're not offering us any help on that basis.
I'm sorry, I think that highways are an issue. The highways report does quite clearly say that the junction will be over capacity in 2024, but it doesn't really offer any practical solution as to how to deal with it. Saying drivers will find an alternative route is not, in my mind,
you've
a
made
solution.
your points earlier. Thank you. I was just asking you for your assistance to our members while we were debating this. So do you have questions for Councillor Mansell? Oh yes, Councillor Carter, I do beg your pardon, I saw you earlier.
Yes, my comment is actually in regards to the officers' comments. Regards whether or not it's actually the unknowns are absolutely essential and needed. Where we are looking here an application for properties where people will be put for people to living in. More people living, there's going to be likely to be more people with different accessibility needs. We need to know how they are going to be getting from A to B. If we are putting more people in wheelchairs or partially sighted, are going on a route which will be unsuitable for them to take to get from A to B, we are either going to be stressing out the roads further by necessity having to have vehicle transport to get out of their house if they're not going to be able to get through.
Is this a question? Because we're not quite into debate yet, I didn't think.
Well, I'd put it as a question.
It was a question for, we're just into questions for the ward members at the moment.
Okay, the question is, would you say that knowing the footpath would be an essential to supporting this application at the moment? Would you agree that a further assessment via a disability forum would be beneficial before we could actually pass an agreement onto this development?
Thank you. Yes, I do think that having the footway, cycleway link to Woolpit is an essential part of this application. And yes, I think it will need more study to deal with accessibility for all. And £50,000 is not going to deliver it, nor will another £50,000 from another application.
Thank you for that. Right,
Can I
any
have
further?
a German, please? I think I need to discuss something with Ian in respect of the footpath.
Can we just have an adjournment? Can we just hold this for some legal information, please? I do beg your pardon. Points have been raised. Thank Sorry about that. Technical legal issue, which the officer will now proceed to advise us a little further. Thank you.
Thank you. I've asked for a quick conversation with our legal advisor in respect of the footpath that's a contribution towards seeks to be secured as part of this application. There is no footpath scheme yet. It may come, but at the moment there isn't one. This is the application before members is purely to reserve some money towards it. That is a gesture that is given by this particular application. I am expressing my concern that in terms of the strict legal tests of when we secure a 106 agreement, that I do not find it, in my opinion, necessary or essential to mitigate the burden of this particular development on the other side of the railway line to the north of Elmswell. I don't have any evidence to that effect from any party that it is necessary or essential. So my proposal was to take it off the agenda in terms of part of the recommendation. However, I am advised that if it is being offered by the applicant, we could and can continue to secure it on that basis alone. So it is still part of the recommendation, and I will leave it there. My concern here, though, is if we are going to get into a finite detail of what the footpath should look like, how accessible it is to all users, what is the finished design, that is not before us today. And equally, if we go down the road of considering that this is a requirement of this application, that leads me to other concerns. And I may have to come back to that should the debate go that direction. And I think that's more I can say at this moment in time. That's fine by me. Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you. So I think we've done questions. Lost the plot, really. Where are we? Yeah, we've just done questions, so we're now open to debate. Oh, Councillor Caston, first one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So with the highways issue, I've got a reasonable idea of the weight that I put to it, because we can't deal with capacities that we haven't reached yet. But I want to debate, but also I'd like a bit of clarification on these primary school capacity places. There isn't the capacity for a third of the children. How much weight does that carry in a plan application, and how often do we have this situation where children will go to a nearby village for primary school education?
It happens across the district. We have similar situations in Stowmarket. We had a recently similar situation in Thurston as well, given the amount of development that has obviously come forward there. So the provision to provide transport is a known practice of the Education Authority. It is what they do to ensure that kids get to the right school where there is capacity. In this case, there's a contribution towards a new primary school, which would be there for the future, because they do recognise that needs to come forward. But we have the wonderful thing about planning is that we have to meet demand. We don't forecast and plan for the demand. We're always catching up. We're not putting in empty classrooms waiting for them to be filled with kids. It's the other way around.
Does that help?
Yes, it does. It seems that in the same way with the highways, I won't take into as much consideration before it reaches capacity. I've also got to be aware that school isn't built yet and has not been provided, in the same way as the junction hasn't reached capacity for this particular plan application, just to be clear.
Thank you. Who else would like to? Councillor Carter, thank you.
Just a query regarding the provision of transport for school. As far as I'm aware, that was being cut, or was under review for being cut for provision of for transport to the nearest school. We were looking at an issue in Needham Market where a school where it was actually being funded for one direction to one school, but funding was not available for the other way. So we'd just like a query about regards whether that funding is actually available or how transport would be made available for the schooling. Sorry.
I'm afraid I don't know what the county policies are. They are the county policies in terms of what funding they wish to give. In respect of this application, Dan, please help me if you may. We've got a specific contribution towards a transport for education for whatever time frame it was, 5 years?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, so in terms of this specific application, there is a funding specific for the school transport for kids generated by this development. That's secured. As for wider transportation issues, educational transportation issues in Elmswell, I can't answer that. I don't know what the county policies are.
Okay. Sorry, I can't reach my microphone. My thumb's playing.
That's right. Perhaps Councillor Matheson might help you. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Who else would like? Yes, Councillor Gould. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I find this a very vexing application. I've heard nothing about the kind of virtue or benefits of the application. Rather, we're directed towards whether there's a sufficiency of reasons to refuse it. Doesn't feel to be a happy place, though it's a quite familiar place for us to be in. I'm grateful, and I think Councillor Norris is quite right in drawing our attention to the strategic planning policy contribution, which talks about, which says the proposal is not encouraged or supported. Cumulatively, the proposal would cause impacts on infrastructure. And it also, that response also talks about impact on ecology, biodiversity, landscape, heritage, and setting value. And I wonder whether there's enough substance in there. So where I am is thinking, do we have the planning reasons available to us reasonably to refuse the application? I'm very mindful of the fact, having spent the last 2 weeks in a public inquiry, which was about testing the council's reason for refusing another application. I am highly sensitised to the need to get this right, but I guess in summary, I'm looking for, do we have advice that would support planning reasons for refusal? And in passing, I do agree with Councillor Geek's observation about the genuine economic contribution that construction makes. We see this almost by default in applications. And I do wonder about the true economic value or the distinctive economic contribution of this site. So that's where I find myself. So it's really, do we have available to us the planning reasons for refusal? And I note that the observations of strategic planning policy aren't reliant on the status of the emerging local plan. They stand by themselves as worthy comments, I think.
So really where I see you coming from is you're asking the officers for help to form some sort of refusal, but usually that's for us to sort of produce it to the officers and they'll amplify it a little. You've mentioned ecology and all the other bits as well, so I think we could ask them to assist on that basis, but let's the debate go forward. But would that be, am I correct in your...
No, That's right. I wasn't. I'm just interested in that's. I was describing where I find myself in relation to this application, and in the experience, given the experience of 8 days in public inquiry, testing these matters, the need for us to be clear that we have available to us substantive planning reasons for refusal. But you're right in assuming that, or understanding that that's where I'm pointed, as it were, on the matter. Yeah.
Obviously, our recommendation is to approve the application. If I was to look at the policy position, the policy is correct that we don't have a need for this housing because we have a 5-year housing supply. So we have a need. We've already got need established at this current time. But need in itself is not something I would suggest is a reason to refuse it.
Yes.
It is not something we would normally do in planning terms. Ultimately, the policy team have said it's not encouraged or supported, but they've not said it's objected to. They've asked us to look at various aspects of the policy. They've mentioned education, transport and health, and we feel we've sufficiently covered that in your report and sufficiently covered that in the consultation responses that we received, not least from education, highways and health, who have not objected to this proposal. In terms of its merit, it is providing economic benefit from a construction point of view, it's providing affordable housing from a housing point of view, it is providing services, well, occupiers that will use services in the local area, and I would hasten to add that if I look at the site that was approved before, it appears to me to be a logical extension of that existing proposal. That is our argument before you. If you wish to consider various other aspects of the principle of this development, look at the heritage, look at the landscape, look at transport further, that is your debate to continue.
Does Councillor Carter, did you want to speak? Or yes?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. I did wonder, we don't have a consultee of the Disability Forum in regards to the application, which it's not mandatory to have it. But I would move that we should have, if we're mindful, if we can't refuse, maybe we should be mindful to defer until we have consulted the Disability Forum and had a report of the terrain. If we are looking to make the footpath as the section as part of the application, well then we need to know whether or not it's going to be feasible or whether or not it's going to be possible. So would it be possible to defer until we've had further consultation and until we've actually had a more detailed report of how the footpath would likely be?
Well, I will defer to the officer in that, but the footpath, you can't just pin this footpath on this application. None of the other applications have had this pinned on them. So I don't think we can do that. And that's what John was trying to explain to you, is that it's not critical, well, not critical, that's not the right word. It's not, well, it's not an essential part of this planning application. It has been offered. So that's a problem. Deferring it a second time, I don't think, this is outline anyway. And I personally don't think we should defer. We should either make a decision one way or the other. And that is my view. Am I correct from the legal side of things?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Carter.
Well, I would say until we, as we have not got that information and we are putting the development where pedestrians would likely be put at either risk, I'd be minded to move for refusal one, because we do not have the grounds in which we can say we are going to be putting, no, this is going to be suitable for all to be able to live there and for it to be an accessible and therefore sustainable development.
I take it that you're offering a refusal, but at the moment, before I come back on that to give some more detail, I think the officer needs to just clarify something.
I would, okay, before we go back to into the refusal realm, let me just go back to the deferral realm. If we were to defer this to seek more information on a footpath link between Elmswell and Woolpit, we would not get any information available to us. That is not out there. It is something that would require a scheme to be put forward that would include the Highways Authority, the County Council, probably an awful lot of other landowners in between, and ultimately, you're right, it may end up that is not a proposal that can go ahead, or it may not go ahead in its entirety, it may only be able to come together in parts. So I'm not going to be able to come back with any information if I was to defer this on that basis. So what you have in front of you is all we've got. If we were to refuse it on the grounds that the application fails to provide a footpath link to, or contribution towards that footpath link, we don't have enough details about that footpath link, a link that is a gesture only from the applicant, that is unsupported by any policy, that is unsupported by any evidence, and I don't, like I said, I don't even know of the possibility of that coming forward as a footpath in terms of its physicality. I know there's hills there because I've been up and down the one between Elmswell and the roundabout many times. It is possibly not going to meet all the standards. These are all of the unknowns, and I'm refusing on that basis that I'm finding it's very difficult to express this in the right words. Like I said at the very beginning, my comfort from a defendable position for this council would be not to have that on here in the first place as a requirement to be secured, because I actually do think it's unnecessary and unreasonable. But if you are considering that it is essential for this application, despite no other application in Elmswell having contributed towards this footpath or having any similar requirement, we would be in an extraordinarily poor position to defend an appeal, and would be extraordinarily subject to such costs from the applicant. And I would urge deeply that we do not go down that road, and if we do, I would be mindful to ask for this to go for referrals on that basis.
And I must admit, when we did have our little conversation earlier on, we obviously had that debate, and I said, well, we've got an offer of a contribution, and I don't think we should refuse when we're offered something. But if you're trying to make it a condition of it, then we're on wobbly ground, let's say. Yeah. Did you want to come back, Councillor Carter?
Yes, I did have we have not got the terrain information available how suitable it is for development in this area for access to the rest of it. Is it possible to have a site visit to see?
Well, just at the moment, we've got a proposal for a refusal. In answer to your question about a site visit, you'd be looking at the site, and it is the site that is before us today. All the other, I'm afraid, whilst you can look at them, is not relevant to the decision today. It's very difficult to sort of get over that hurdle, and I appreciate what you're trying to do. But bear in mind, we have got others waiting, Councillor Matheson and Councillor Caston. Bear in mind what you've proposed and what the officer is advising. We need to get this clear before we move on. Thank you.
I'm trying to work out a better way of putting this that might be more helpful. In the end, the application is exactly what it is before us. It's for 65 dwellings on this site. We don't have a footpath proposal. It is not part of the application. We have a contribution towards the possibility of one in the future. That is the only thing I've got. And so even if we went on site to look at the route of a theoretical path that we have an indicative plan for, perhaps, that may not be the route or the detail or anything that we know of that would come forward if and when, and I will put the word if in there, a footpath scheme comes forward. If you feel this is this scheme for 65 dwellings is hinging on the footpath provision. That is a potential way forward as a refusal, but I would say would be an exceedingly weak position to take as a council, given the lack of policy support for that footpath provision and the no evidence whatsoever to say that it would mitigate the burden of this particular development. My suggestion, and this is the first time I've ever done this, my suggestion would be perhaps the debate should set that aside for the temporarily, look at any other issues of the application, and if necessary come back to that, but just as my personal suggestion.
With that in mind, there's two possible solutions that Councillor Carter, you and I have, is either for the moment you can withdraw that proposal or you can look for a seconder. And there are other people who've put their hands up who wish to speak, but that's entirely up to you. So until we do that, we can't move forward.
Can I withdraw until we had other people speaking, please?
And of course you can come back to us as the debate moves forward. Is that in order? Thank you very much. Right, so I had... now then, who went first? It was Councillor Caston and... No, I'm sorry, John, you're down the line. Sorry?
I think Councillor Matheson was in front of me.
Was he? All right, then go for it. I've got them down in a list. But anyway, Councillor Matheson, go for it.
Right, very, very grateful for that. There's several things about this. I think, I have a huge frustration that we're trained to sit here and deliberate on that application. But on the other hand, in the real world and as councillors, we take a much broader view of things. We look at them in a strategic planning way, as Councillor Norris has just pointed to there earlier. And with that sort of hat on of looking at the broadly what's happening with the various policies. Now we're trying to produce strategic planning, working with the county council on highways and schools, working with the neighbourhood plan groups and indeed other consultees to try and actually do the overall best thing, and that pulls in a different direction to decide what's in front of you, merits of the case. That's difficult. Now what I wanted to point to in particular was a slightly different matter, right, which is the problem of the mismatch of the school provision, the planned future provision of schools, where there's a site being offered in Woolpit, and the fact that the larger majority of extra children are going to arise in Elmswell. And reading all the other papers for today, I happened to see the County Council on page 182 talking about the adverse harm of social and environmental conditions if children had to be bused to another school other than the one in the village of, in this case, Laxfield. And it seemed to me that that is a fair point. They think there is in social and environmental harm in doing what effectively we're being asked to do in Elmswell and Woolpit here. So that is a new and different point to the one about the path, which, of course, what I was saying about strategically looking at the whole picture, really for more than 20 years, wherever Peter's gone.
He's left.
We've wanted to. We wanted to see these two villages, these twin villages with their interchangeable services, the officer said, joined together more sustainably for 20 odd years. And indeed, some of the land was bought by the county councillor 12 or 15 years ago to try and deliver
Matheson,
it.
Councillor Matheson, can I just
yeah.
just a minute, just before you finish, what we need to be careful of is not bringing in the next application into this application, which is very difficult not to do, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate we've also got Woolpit, who are going to possibly be providing a school for these children, and I appreciate that, but we've got to be very careful. This is a very difficult line to walk, and I appreciate you've looked at everything. So if you'd like to finish.
Well, I'm not saying that Laxfield holds any precedence or anything. What I'm saying is that I recognise, and as it happens, the county recognise in another place, that there is harm of environmental and social conditions, which are two of the three legs of sustainability.
Thank you. Now then, I've lost the plot as to who wanted to speak next. Councillor Caston, thank you.
Yeah, if we're talking about hinges, I'm hinged on the this school place situation. It's in national policy it's important that sufficient choice of school places is available to meet the needs of existing and new communities. So, on a personal level, I feel that there's not enough school places, and this is an issue. But if I was going to stand in front of somebody and argue that policy to refuse this plan application, I think I'd find it very difficult to convince them that that's a solid argument for refusing. So I'm stuck now with this hinge, and the exact weight that carries, because there is a school available. It's not a very good option, but there is a school available. I just wondered if, as this is debate, I'll put that to the members that I'm not sure of exactly where I stand here. This is I'm sort of wrestling with it.
No, well, that's what debate is about, is to listen to all the points. But, I mean, one of the things that housing produces, obviously, is more children, but not necessarily at the time that they need to go to school, so those at the school move on. And I cannot imagine how the county calculates children coming and going and moving and so on. But a housing estate doesn't automatically give you, so they have statistics, I'm sure, to work it out. And not everybody in the catchment area can have a school built in their area. It's a very difficult one to toy with, and I'm getting whispers down my ear. So I'm with you, struggling with it, and if you can help us, you were about to say something.
I think Elmswell, I'm trying to recall, some schools haven't been surveyed in terms of their size, but I think Elmswell has, so we shouldn't go down that road. Ultimately, just to help you with who would I stand in front of to argue this point, if I was standing in front of a planning inspector and I want to say, I'm refusing this because I don't think there's enough spaces for children, and I don't have anyone from the Education Authority backing me up, who are charged with providing education for children and the relevant spaces, I wouldn't be in a very good position to argue it at all. And I don't have education saying that. I have education that have found a workable solution which they use and apply across the county at various stages as they transfer from making small schools bigger or creating new schools as they fix the gaps as they go round.
Councillor Humphreys, did I see your hand up?
Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, I'm swinging on that hinge door, actually, and my swing was with the education, because it clearly states in the letters from the Suffolk County Council that there aren't enough places right now, and certainly won't be in the future to meet this requirement. But I understand that when development happens, places are found, schools are expanded, money is available. So I understand that, and I've seen it in Stowmarket, where we've had an influx of development where there weren't enough school places or doctors' places, but do you know what? In time they came, because they can't build without the requirement, and therefore you have to have a requirement. Well, that's development, and it's this catch-22 situation, and it makes it extremely difficult for us. But again, it's not, I don't think, a reason for turning this down. John, I'll come back.
There was one, in my knowledge, we're dealing with the county on this particular issue. It was Mellis, I believe, where we had one situation that the county did actually object on the basis of school place, and that was because the school had run out of room. Ultimately, the schools beyond that range, which were seen to be within reasonable transport range, had also got no capacity or were unable to be expanded to have that capacity. And it was only at that point, that crunch point, that they said, do you know what? This is not sustainable on that basis. The problem here is we're not at that point yet, and it is depressing to say that, because it's not an ideal world in that context. I'm going to get quoted for saying that. It is not ideal, but I'm faced with that's the system I've got to work with.
Thank you, and it's a good response. And coming on to that, and Councillor Mansell explained the fact that buses may be provided to take children to school. And would you put your 4-year-old on a bus? Well, I did, and many parents do, but that's a choice thing, and it is a choice thing, and it's subjective. So that's the answer to that, as to whether you would or whether you wouldn't. But we've got to come down to what this is, and this is an application for development in Elmswell. That's what it is. And why is it before us again? Well, it's before us again because actually in the last debate we had, the main concern was highways, not schools, not catchment areas, highways. And we wanted more information to come back about the mitigation for the highways issues. That's why we're here. So we're going down a few rabbit holes here. The footpath one, I wish it wasn't here. It's a big red herring, and it's got nothing to do with development, let's face it. So let's cut that right down the middle and say what it is. It's nothing to do with development. And my question is, have the questions been answered about the highways issues that were identified by this committee in the previous time it came towards us? And I think they have, to be honest with you. But what's going against some of this is the fact that this area isn't within the emerging joint local plan as an identified place for development within Elmswell. And to me, that's significant. So it's got no reason for being there. To me, though, it's a natural place to put it, but that's not the point. It's a personal opinion. It's not in the joint emerging plan. There is no local neighbourhood plan at the moment. And therefore, I'd like to ask, on the legal side and the planning side, how that bears in this decision, the fact that it's not in our emerging joint local plan as an identified area for development, and therefore what weight has that got if we move towards not approving this application? I'm not either way at the moment. I'm swinging on the fence. So I'd like an answer to that, please, before I go on.
Sorry. Just need to rehearse that quickly. Ultimately, that's the point of this debate. Your discretion is how much weight you wish to apply to your local plan. Your local plan does not have this site within any settlement boundary. The fact that the local plan in part does not comply with the NPPF, but it doesn't, the policies are out of date, but that's not to say they have no weight, but how much weight you apply to them is your discretion. Equally, the joint draft local plan does not have this site allocated within itself, and ultimately I would advise you that, in my opinion, that has little weight, but that's not to say it doesn't have no weight. And again, if you wish to consider that in this particular case, for this particular site, that you're giving that more weight as a direction of travel, and I use that phrase because we have used that before, yes. Then that is your discretion to take that forward if you wish. Yes.
Thank you. Which doesn't make it any easier. Because actually at times, and I'm a key example of this, where I use the emerging joint local plan that has little weight as some weight, and I use that to my advantage and the advantage of some of the approvals that we put through. So conversely, I should do the same when there's debate that might move the other way, and I think that's fair. So my point is this: I think there is enough mitigation in the transport plan by highways that the original questions that we asked have been answered. And whether you think they're satisfactory or not, I think that's to determine between ourselves. When it comes to should we agree for this development to go ahead, then I've got to think about, is there a need? And we've got a 5-year land supply, and I understand that as we turn things down, that erodes the 5-year land supply for the future. But I think in the emerging joint local plan, there is enough provision for land and allocated areas for development that would equal that argument out, personally, for a development of this size, which isn't significant. So is there a need? And this is where I'm on that hinged door. It's actually moving in a direction at the moment, I've got to be honest with you. I'm not going to propose anything right now. I just think you've got to consider, is there a need for this? There's nothing to back up that need, as far as I'm concerned. And that's the problem with it.
Now, did I see Councillor Norris before Councillor Matheson? Did I see you put your hand up? I can imagine things, don't worry. Okay.
People are being unduly generous to me this morning. I know what that's all about. Yeah, well, I think we have to try and move to a decision, and I'm going to propose refusal, and it's on the basis of the planning. Well, I think that the neighbourhood plan and joint local plan, with each with little weight, both are against this. As expressed by the planning policy, who do not support it, together with the points that I made about the social and environmental harm caused by having such a big mismatch between the location of the children and the location of the school.
Well, I had Councillor Humphreys put his hand up, and then Councillor Carter, and then Councillor Norris, yeah.
Madam Chair, thank you. Well, I disagree with the education piece because of the statement I made before, and I don't think it's got any weight, actually, although morally it's, you think that's not right. But actually, the education will come. So part of the proposal, I disagree with that element of the proposal, and I might talk to you in a minute, John, about maybe removing that. However, it's the need and want, and I think the local councillors, the ward members and the parish council, they know their town better than any of us. We've not identified it as Mid-Suffolk District Council as an area for development. Therefore, I believe there's no need. I also believe there's an adequate 5-year land supply, and I believe there's an adequate provision with the emerging local plan that will provide that for the future. So everything aside, everything that's been discussed, as long as that was taken out of that proposal, the education piece, then I would second the proposal.
Did you hear that?
Because I don't think it's got weight.
Well, I'm anxious. I'm anxious about what Mr. Pateman-G is going to have to say about the lack of need being a reason for refusal. I entirely agree. We've got several thousand planning permissions and outstanding already, but does it stand up on its own? And I think to me the answer's not really. I mean, what about the planning policy objection? That isn't the same thing as need.
I'm trying to rapidly get my head around the conversation and how I can phrase a refusal to help members in this context. And I'm trying to pull out a couple of things from previous committees that are on a similar line, but in... I'm going to need 5 minutes a minute. I think I'm just struggling. The problem with the policy comments is they don't actually say why it should be refused. They just provide that it should be encouraged, and that's not the same thing. And so I don't have a policy position from them to why I should refuse it. I just have a speculation towards the policy of the future. I am mindful of an application, unfortunately my colleague isn't here, where we had an application, was it this committee, in Ofton, and it was the unallocated site, and I do remember, it must be this committee, because I do remember Councillor Carter's comments on it. So, and the phrase of that refusal, if I can find it, was about the future direction of proper planning for that development. And while this is on a lot greater scale, it's a similar argument I suspect you're looking at.
I've got an answer. If I may, so MPPF and its para 48 talks about determining. So local planning authorities may give weight to relevant policies and emerging plans according to stage preparation, etc. Well, surely the weight is the fact that it's not part of our emerging plan. This is not an area that's been identified for development. So therefore, surely, if it's not there, that must have weight to support the reason for it not being there.
Can we just take a breather for a moment? Do we want to just stop the... Can we just stop the recording for the moment, just have a few minutes? I'll come back. Right, if we can reconvene, sorry about the delay there. John has some words of wisdom for us. Are you all right, Councillor Carter? Oh, right, do take your time.
Okay, so well, thank you for the time. I'm just trying to put some words together that I'm hoping captures what has been discussed, and obviously members, please help me with this as we go along, as it's your reason for refusal. But I'll put it this way and see if this finds agreement with you. So I've proposed a reason for refusal could read as follows. The application would result in the expansion of Elmswell to the west and place a burden on the infrastructure of the village to cope. The site is unallocated in the Local Plan 1998, Core Strategy and Focus Review, and is not proposed, I should say, apologies, not proposed to be allocated in the joint draft local plan. Sorry, let me apologise. I'm going to start again. The site is unallocated in the joint local. The site is unallocated in the Local Plan 1998, Core Strategy, Focus Review, and I need to train. Sorry, one moment. This is review and not. Right, thank you. I'll start from the top. The application would result in the expansion of Elmswell to the west and place a burden on the infrastructure of the village to cope. The site is an unallocated site in the Local Plan 1998, Core Strategy and Focus Review, and is not proposed to be allocated in the draft joint local plan as an allocated site for sustainable housing demonstrated to be supported by services. While the emerging joint local plan does allocate development within Elmswell, the infrastructure development plan makes account of this, and provision is made for the expansion of its facilities and services to cope with development on allocated sites. This site is unallocated and as such outside of the infrastructure development plan, such that there may be no capacity within existing services, including school provision, to accommodate the increased population that is expected with this application. In conclusion, the emerging local plan is given reasonable weight alongside the current policy position for proper plan development as directed by the NPPF, and the merits and benefits of the proposal are not considered to outweigh the risk to sustainability of future development of the settlement.
Can I just say, listening to that and listening to the debate, we did have, I think it was Councillor Gould mentioned heritage for something, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, because that is mentioned in the strategic housing, in the policy thing, it's one of the impacts, I think.
I just wonder if members want it, we haven't quite accepted this, but whether it's of any relevance, or would it weaken the thing, or is, I don't know, John, you're the proposer, and
yeah,
yeah,
I mean, I think John's done a good job for us there. I think there's a couple of points. I was before we had the intermission, I was going to point to the thought that planning policy will have a set of reasons why they didn't allocate the site, which you could look up if you want to. But I mean, I think you embrace them in a broad way anyway, and I think it would be only fair to mention the also emerging neighbourhood plan, which again doesn't propose to allocate it either. But I thought with those minor points, I think it's yes.
Councillor Gould.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just come to...
So,
sorry, Councillor Gould.
I think so too. I think that John has actually phrased what my thoughts were. I think I've kept looking at the National Planning Framework, and we have under sustainable development, it talks about fostering a well-designed and safe built environment with accessible services, which I've been listening to the comments about this proposal, and I just don't feel there's been very strong arguments that have supported that claim.
Before we go on further, did we have a seconder? Because we should have a seconder to this. You did second it. And Councillor Humphreys, are you happy with what's been worded already? And
Madam Chair, yeah, and I'd like to congratulate John really on coming up with that in such a short time under pressure, so well done. It captures, I think, everything we spoke about. However, the heritage bit has not been answered, so I don't know if you want to add that or not.
No, thank you. I thought Mr. Papengee's summary there of reasons was felt exactly right, and I mean I was quoting from the policy position on page 143, which includes heritage. Easy in a sense, it's implied in what Mr. Papengee has said. I'm uncertain and uneasy about including, if you like, a second emerging plan. In it, you know, it might look like carelessness to have a second one in there, but the I think.
Excuse me interrupting. Do you mean the neighbourhood plan?
Yes.
So you're reluctant to add that.
So I'm uneasy about adding that in because I think it dilutes Mr. Papengee's wording. Thank you.
Councillor Humphreys, yes.
So, Madam Chair, I support the recommendation for, as stated. However, I agree with the local neighbourhood plan because actually it's down to the district council to find and allocate land. So I think that's captured within the emerging local plan. So I don't think the neighbourhood plan is required, to be honest with you. It's a minor point.
Can I have Councillor Norris first? It's our game.
Yes, thank you. Just to say that I support the recommendation for refusal. I don't think we have had all the answers from Highways. Actually, I think there's a lot of supposition in their response on page 13 in the table of papers. And I would suggest that the reason that strategic planning policy do not support this application is their statement that cumulatively the proposal would cause impacts on infrastructure. Without going on too long, I think that's quite evident that there are issues regarding junctions which will be, according to Highways predictions, will be over capacity. They put forward what I regard to be opinion rather than fact in that drivers are going to find alternative routes, etc. So therefore I can't support the original recommendation for approval, and I do support the recommendation for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Well, I think if we're clear on what we've got before us, I think we've had a jolly good debate and time-outs on this one. I don't know, I think we've heard from John, was quite clear on it, and the proposer and second are happy with that. And on that basis, I think we can go to a vote. The only sad thing that bothers me a bit is, you know, the Highways have tried to come back to us. I know the area extremely well. I did write here something that just sort of suggests a bit of incredulity that they would look up a train time to decide when they were going to go in their car. So I think that one is a little bit thin on the ground for that. That said, this is a really difficult application, and the officers work extremely hard to try to come to a conclusion on this. And that is what we do here, is a debate, and we swing one way or the other. And that, to me, demonstrates that we do not have a fixed view before we get here. We debate, we decide, and we vote. So, on that basis, all those in favour of the refusal, the recommendation per given, please vote. Yeah, thank you. So we are unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. And it was a very difficult case. Thank you. Can we keep going, please, because we need to crack on.
Madam Chairman, would the you don't need me while you're presenting. I think.
Absolutely, that's fine. Thank you very much for that, Ian. Thank you. We're just going to have literally a 3-minute break just for a personal requirement. Right, thank you very much for your patience, and thank you very much indeed. We move on, page 179, and Jack Wilkinson is going to present the case for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members, members of the public. I'm Jack Wilkinson. I'm Principal Planning Officer for Baber Mid Suffolk. Your next item is item 7C, page 179 onwards. It's an outline application with all matters reserved except access for the erection of 49 dwellings with associated operations, including vehicular, pedestrian access, provision of a school, car park, open space, infrastructure and landscaping. So probably before I move on, it's worthwhile noting that your officers were in receipt, and which is tabled as a late paper, of a letter from the Parish Council that requested the Secretary of State to call in this item. Your officers have consulted legal colleagues, and we are sound procedurally within which to proceed. This application is yet to be determined, as you well know. So in terms of procedural propriety, it's good for us to proceed. So as mentioned, we are in Laxfield, towards the northeast of the district, as shown by the defined red line. So as I'll just indicate, we have the site towards the southwestern corner. The thicker brown line, which is clear on the screen, shows the existing settlement boundary of what is a primary village. The site kind of tucks towards the southwestern edge in this small agricultural enclave which adjoins the built settlement. In terms of the emerging joint local plan, the extension to the settlement is shown here in pink, so it does overlap slightly, but you will apply appropriate weight as required. In terms of the constraints, the site is largely unconstrained. Towards the left here, which hopefully you can just about see, is a definitive public right-of-way. We also have Mill Road, which is a spur off of the main kind of trunk road through Laxfield. The main high street of Laxfield is here, as shown. As you can see, the densely built form. We have a Grade 2 listed building opposite the site here. And most notably is the primary school, which is just kind of highlighted where the red marker is. So into the next slide is an aerial view. The site is principally agricultural in nature, and in terms of the topography of the landscape, it's relatively flat. It does tend to slope off southwest into the lower kind of datum point area of the site, but it does sit relatively well amongst the built settlement, which I'll discuss in a moment. In terms of the services and facilities, whilst this is a primary village, there are good services, and your officers have been through that assessment in terms of the accessibility to and indeed from, and whether Laxfield is fit for purpose to serve a scheme of this nature and extent. So you do have the King's Head, you have the cricket club, you have the Royal Oak, there's a co-op in the centre, recreation ground, a preschool, which is just off here, and indeed the primary school, which I've spoken about already. So there is quite a good range. Now, as mentioned, this is an outline application, so we're looking at A, the principle of development, and B, the access. Those are the two components that are up for debate today. Everything else is reserved. But nonetheless, this indicative layout does give you quite a good idea of what could be built out. And it's worthwhile mentioning that this would be fixed through section 106, which I will discuss later on, and indeed conditions. Now, in terms of the key components, which hopefully you can just about make out, we have an area here which is isolated for 17 car parking spaces, and an additional car parking space area here, which can also be used by the school. This is captured by your officers in the section 106 as 34 spaces. Now, if, for instance, we were to recommend, or you were to go with the recommendation of approval, this would come through at a later date with the reserve matters with this as a minimum threshold. So it would be 34 spaces secured. There's also an opportunity here to create a link at a pedestrian level from Mill Road into site and vice versa. That way the site is relatively fluid from the west, where the public right of way is, through the site and off into the main settlement. You've also got abundant public open space, and towards the lower extremity of the site, local lead flood authority compliant attenuation. These are the kind of facts and figures that we can take from the scheme. It's a 4.29 hectare site. The density is well within the confines of what would be policy compliant. We've also managed to secure 35% affordable housing that is NDSS compliant. That is a national standard of compliant affordable housing. So these facts and figures, again, will be captured within the 106, which we can refer to later. Just taking you on to the frontage of the site. This is the far eastern corner. You may wish to follow the arrow, which is in the bottom left here, and obviously the site map, which you'll follow as I go around site with the photos. You'll see, conveniently, I parked my car here opposite the site, which is currently used as a pupil drop-off. Remember, the school is on the right-hand side. This is really close to the school. This is the approximate position of the proposed entrance, the existing site frontage, and a view facing south. Now, in terms of the access, again, this is a detailed matter that we are here to discuss today. I've just chosen to overlay some highlights on this just so it's clearer, but you can see the primary school here, along with residential units towards the east that are within the defined settlement boundary, and indeed those opposite. The listed building is just slightly off shot. The access arrangement as shown in green, clearly defined. In both directions, the visibility is set at 90 metres, and this is beyond compliant. And your highways engineers from the County Council have written to us and confirmed that. So just to go back, the visibility is as shown. So it's readily achievable. Now, along the frontage would be a pedestrian footpath, and I've chosen to highlight that in yellow just to make it expressly clear where the frontage would be. So as existing, if you can remember, we had a frontage here that was mainly of hedgerow. What's proposed is a clear pedestrian footpath that would serve not only the site but also the southwestern extent of the village. There's a little blue arrow here which I'll zoom in on in a moment that outlines the crossing point. So effectively, if you are, staff, pupils, parents, and you've opted to park as proposed in sight, you're going to need to access safely and sufficiently. It's a 30-mile-an-hour stretch along this point, and there is a crossing point proposed with abrasive material. No pelican or toucan crossing or anything like that, but there are clear measures that are shown and agreed with County Council. So just to discuss a little bit further, again, follow me on the map. We have a footpath link to Mill Road, which is a readily deliverable aspect, and again, it's an improvement that we would welcome. That can be integrated as any future reserve matters application would, and we would secure that through planning condition. This is the existing site facing east. The public right-of-way that I've already mentioned, located west. So the site would provide quite a good link, subject to final design. So site photos. much of the site is quite well bound actually by hedgerows. This is a view towards the north of existing residential units. As you'll see, the site is agricultural land at present. This is a view facing north with the school just on the right hand side. Residential dwellings opposite. This is quite a central point. And I will choose to flick through these because we can refer back to them if you so wish. And that just gives you an idea of the existing hedgerow towards the front. And indeed the existing highways arrangement. You'll note there's no footpath. This scheme would provide that footpath. The school opposite and my car, which was just parked during my visit opposite the site in the lay-by. So final summary. This is a scheme for 49 units. It's probably worthwhile noting as well that the scheme actually came in for a much higher number, but the applicant has responded well to initial comments and has come in at a much lower number, hence reconsultation with key consultees. Affordable housing at 35%, which is of a good quality NDSS compliant standard. We now require that pretty much across the board, and the benefits that accrue. So your recommendation is for approval from officers subject to the section 106. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very clear. Questions? Yes, Councillor Carter, and then Councillor Matheson, then Councillor Warboys, and then Councillor Norris. We'll come down in that row. Thank you.
Firstly, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. It's very, very informative, very well done, and quite an attractive presentation. I just wanted to query regarding the parking. If I don't fall over, it's always a good idea. Right, the school parking, is that for use for the staff, or is it for parking for students? And would there be any provision for electric charging points?
Thank you for your question and kind words. This would be additional car park drop-off, so principally it would be by parents. Bearing in mind it's a primary school, it's unlikely to be used by pupils. There would be scope to introduce, say, EV charging points, detailed matters, but certainly the principle of securing 35 spaces, whether it's one car park or two as shown on the indicative layout, that would be secured. So I'll leave that with you.
You want to come back? Yes, please do.
Wondering, by the development, how much bigger is the school going to get for the need for the extra, if there's going to be more places available for extra students for allow for extra drop-off?
Indeed, and again, I think the important part here is that the school, as per the comments of the County Council, would no doubt in the future be expanded upon. This would very much facilitate and enable future growth of that school should the County Council wish to deliver that. It does enable and it does assist, I would say proportionately, for Laxfield. So it is a healthy response and certainly a benefit that we've taken positively.
Thank you for that. Councillor Matheson's next.
Yeah, did you get any response from the Environmental Management Officer as discussed a day or two ago?
I think what you're referring to is matters which refer to detailed outline. So you'd have details that would come through in terms of sustainability and a condition to that effect. We haven't consulted the sustainability officer because there's no duty upon us to do so. This is an outline application. If we were looking at this at reserved matters, we could do that. I'll leave it with you to decide as to whether you wish to consider a sustainability condition.
Apologise for this coming in, but just to clarify, we don't normally consult our colleagues in environmental health on this basis. They look at the applications that come in and they choose to comment when they wish. we don't have comments from them on that basis for this application.
Councillor Warboys, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to clarify, the crossing point, that's just indicated by a drop curb. There's no flashing lights or signage or...
There's no flashing lights, no toucan, no pelican, no abrasive. It would simply be at the pavement. I think you've got to remember this is a 30-mile-an-hour stretch, which would be paved either side as required by the detail, and it would be dropped curb, sloping in with abrasive kind of foot measures that would enable you to cross. This would be captured under the highways remit. You know, we're falling outside of the red line here, but there wouldn't be any, you know, toucan or lights or anything like that.
Thank you. Councillor Norris. Questions still?
Thank you, yes. On page 185, 3.5 relates to policy CS2, development in the countryside. Finishes up by saying the proposal does not constitute...
Can you speak up, please?
Sorry?
Can you speak up? Even I can't hear you.
Okay. I'll start again then. All right. Page 185, paragraph 3.5, policy CS2 relates to development in the countryside, and that paragraph finishes up by saying the proposal does not constitute any of the category of housing types listed in policy CS2. The site is not a rural exception site. There is no policy support for the proposal to be found at policy CS2. There are also items in the following paragraphs which says it's proposal to policy 87, and over the page the proposal finds no support at paragraph 79 of the MPPF. I'm tempted to ask, why is this application before us then at committee? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Firstly, this item is at committee because it's a scheme for in excess of 15 units. By our delegated power, we have to go by that. We have to present it to you. I think in terms of the content within the officer report, I do note those comments. If you're assessing this scheme against policy CS2, there is technical conflict. However, we are where we are with policy in the age of it. That being said, I have discussed this in the planning balance, and there are 2 appeal cases that I've cited along with paragraph 59 of the MPPF, which is clear in what government have said that we are required to boost homes. I think the final element of that planning balance is to do with the Wingerworth case, and it states that whilst you may have a land supply, it's not a ceiling height. Therefore, we still have an onus on us to deliver homes in the right locations, and that is what the planning balance outlines. Hopefully that provides an idea of the reasoning behind why it was mentioned and then how it's been concluded.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any questions? I think Councillor Humphreys, thank you.
Chair, thank you. It's just referenced the open space management scheme. So can you confirm that this won't adversely affect those in affordable rented accommodation?
So in terms of the 106, it is recommended that there would be a management company in place. However, this is also termed within the report. If I can just find the paragraph. It would be paragraph 17.1, page 193, or some other arrangement. So that would enable us as the authority to consider some other arrangement, whether that be with the parish or whoever else.
Thank you. Any further questions? Was it Councillor Carter? Did you want to come back on a question again? Leave it for debate. Yeah. Okay then. Right. Thank you very much indeed. So thank you for that. We now have Sue Innes, the Parish Council Chair, if you'd like to come forward, please. Thank you. This is getting a bit disruptive now, isn't it?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair and members. We strongly believe that this application should be refused. One of the arguments put forward in the committee paper presented to you hangs on an appeal against a planning decision made by Waverley Borough Council. This judgment includes the key sentence, "The spatial strategy acknowledges that it will not be possible to accommodate the necessary growth within existing development boundaries." We do not believe this judgment is relevant to the application under consideration. It's a fundamentally flawed argument. The Mid-Suffolk local plan, as currently adopted, does not acknowledge the need to allow development beyond existing settlement boundaries, as the Waverley Borough local plan does. Quite the opposite is true here. To quote, "The settlement boundary objectives of the local plan are to restrict unnecessary encroachment into the surrounding countryside, to allow for development and changes of use within existing settlements without detriment to their character, and settlement boundaries have been drawn to exclude sites which, if developed, would detract from the form and character of the settlement." Save policy SB1 is directly relevant here. New development will take place within existing settlements. We would like you to consider carefully also the scale and the cumulative impact of this development. This development represents more than 10% of the existing village in a single urban scale development. Laxfield has already delivered 64 of the 65 houses indicated in the joint local plan preferred options paper within a very short timescale. A further application for 11 homes is awaiting a decision. We believe that the cumulative impact of this proposal, in addition to recent permissions for new development, will be substantial and extremely damaging to the existing community and to the character of the village. It would overwhelm the local infrastructure, services and amenities. We have good facilities, but they would be overwhelmed by yet more development. It should also be borne in mind that although Laxfield is currently designated as a primary village, its designation in the emerging joint local plan is as a hinterland village, which means that it is far less sustainable than other settlements in the district. I would refer you to the response from the Senior Policy Strategy Planner, which concludes that the principle of development is considered unacceptable. The points I've made today are in addition to the objections we've previously raised, which still stand in their entirety. A decision to permit this development to take place would, in our view, be both unreasonable and irrational. Unreasonable in disregarding the views expressed by the local community, the cumulative impact of growth, and particularly of an additional development of this scale, and the impact on the well-being of the existing community, and irrational in some of the reasoning used to reach such a decision, such as the omission of paragraph 77 of the NPPF. Paragraph 77 says that planning policies and decisions should be responsive to local circumstances and support housing developments that meet local needs. And to quote the Oxford English Dictionary, local means relating or restricted to a particular area or one's neighbourhood, not the wider area. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Does anybody have any questions for Ms Sims? Yes, Councillor Caston, thank you.
As the chair of the parish council, have you experienced parking issues due to the primary school?
That we believe they could easily be overcome by other means. We do not need an additional car park opposite the school.
Do you have any other means for an example?
Yes, there is, for example, a redundant swimming pool opposite the proposed entrance. That swimming pool building that facility is completely unused. There would be an option potentially to extend the school there and to retain the existing school car park. The school has a large site. There are other options available within the existing site.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. Would you just press the button off? Thank you, that's fine.
Sorry.
We now have an objector, Ian Pettit. If you'd like to come forward too, please. Thank you very much. Do start.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. A housing needs assessment produced by ACOM for the neighbourhood plan confirmed that at the time of the last census there were 910 people living in Laxfield. This development would increase the number by more than 10%. The assessment also disclosed that an overall need of 27 dwellings, which equates to 2 dwellings per year between 2014 and 2036. In the feedback from the neighbourhood plan consultation, there was no support for any individual development with more than 10 dwellings or for any future development outside the built-up area boundary. However, measured and organic growth is welcomed. The overriding feeling amongst the community is that a development of this scale would totally destroy the social fabric of the village. The claims for sustainability are a myth and do not stand up to scrutiny. Employment translates as workmen arriving in ones and twos in cars and vans from some distance away, leaving a damaging carbon footprint. Local employment will not benefit. The travel officer from Suffolk County Council says that the existing sustainable transport infrastructure is limited for commuting purposes. It is in fact non-existent. There is no public transport for residents to use to get to medical facilities or other services. Road safety is a major cause of concern to the residents who witness the reality of traffic problems in the vicinity of the school. The road is gridlocked at the beginning of every school day, and the volume and nature of is already a severe risk, particularly young children. A concerned parent recently notified the parish council of a near miss he'd witnessed. The development now proposed would mean an additional 100 or so vehicles joining the road network at this location, and 11 pupils needing transport to secondary schools out of the village, thereby exacerbating the problem. Further evidence of the unsustainable nature of this development. The Council's own senior policy strategy planner says that the immediate rural highways networks around the area are of poor quality to be able to successfully and practically accommodate such a major urban proposal, which would represent a disproportionate and incongruous development unsuitable to this rural location. The road network is inadequate. The committee report uses a case to confirm that development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there will be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, and makes reference to a court case. This matter was taken up by the inspector in a planning appeal number 16/3159207, who confirmed that road safety is not a matter falling under the ambit of paragraph 109 of the framework. Therefore, this paragraph has no relevance in these circumstances, and this development can be refused on highway grounds. Laxfield is a thriving community and currently a great place to live. It's friendly, busy, welcoming, but united in its opposition to this development. Respectfully, I urge you, in the name of good planning and common sense, to refuse the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do members have any questions? No? Thank you very much indeed. If you'd like to return to your seat. Thank you. And, pardon? Sorry, just getting some. Now we have James Platt here, who's the consultant for the application. He isn't going to speak as such, but do you have any questions for the applicant at all, members? Does anyone have any questions for him? I know we haven't heard, we've seen the presentation and we see what's before us. No? Thank you for attending, but it doesn't seem that we need to discuss with you. Thank you. So we now come to Julie, Councillor Flatman, who's the ward member, if you would please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair and members. You have heard the representations from the parish. I can only reiterate the views of the community. The Laxfield Neighbourhood Plan is out for official consultation on the Saturday, the 22nd of February. A lot of hard work has gone into the plan with allocated sites. We are also working with Mid Suffolk on our community housing trust to produce our own houses that are available to people at an affordable rent, but don't fall under the trap of right to buy, belonging to the village for those who need housing and cannot get on the housing ladder for whatever reason. The village has many small sites, self-builds and many local builders to build them, which is more in keeping with a hinterland village as stated in the emerging local plan. The plan proposes 65 dwellings, which we will easily deliver and more besides. We know the need to grow and encourage young families. We want to be vibrant and sustainable. We need to keep our school and expand it. We have a lovely shop, pubs, businesses and clubs all growing and thriving. We know this, but we need to be in control, not have the likes of suburbia thrust upon us with the same houses you can see all over the country, poorly designed and, dare I say, in some cases, thrown up. Why pass large unwanted developments where you could have many smaller outstanding and individual sites which enhance our small village? It states in the papers under health that the local practice is Framlingham. It's in fact Stradbroke and Fressingfield, with a percentage of residents attending Framlingham. Stradbroke and Fressingfield are definitely at capacity, so any contributions would be needed. Highways. What can I say? If only they came out, had a look at 8 to 9 o'clock a.m. A possible 100 cars coming out on a school day. The entrance opposite the other entrance? I don't think so. Oh, sorry, buses. Down to the buses. We have a bus leaving from Laxfield at about 7:30 to Ipswich, mainly for students to get from Stradbroke through Laxfield and then on to Framlingham, through the villages, then on to Ipswich College. It returns about 7 p.m. As you would have seen in the press, County Council have pulled or are pulling all our buses in our village that go to the small market towns locally. So car is the only means for all. And those elderly residents who have now given up their cars have no means at all. What I wanted to ask was, no, I'll carry on with this first. Two, if members are minded to pass this development, I strongly suggest that the developer consults with the parish and community to come up with sympathetic designs appropriate to the rural setting. And down to the school, at present, a teacher stands in the road to see the children across the road as they come off the school coach. The primary children come off, the secondary school children get on. I really do think a safety crossing of some sort should be considered if the development goes ahead. Down towards the village for the children to cross over safely, or at the other entrance that came up on slide 17, because it is so dangerous there. I did want to ask some other things as well. Slide 17, I'd like to see... Oh, what is the grade of the land? You saw it's agricultural land. What is the grade, please? The grade on the land, the agricultural land. At the moment, it is used for agriculture. Okay, can we have slide 17 up, please? Okay, so at the moment, where that arrow is, the school coach stops there, and it is absolutely gridlocked for quite a long while. So I don't know how it's going to work, but if it did go ahead, I think you would definitely need to have a zebra crossing or something, probably a bit further down, I don't know, but it definitely does need some sort of safety process in there. A zebra crossing at the very least, I don't know. It would be up to members to debate. Thank you, Chair. I think that's it.
Well, I think you've given us a lot of information there, and very passionately too. Thank you. It's not easy when you've sort of listened to debate and then got it written down. One question I do have of you, were you aware that part of this site is extended into the joint local plan?
Yes.
So housing
Slightly.
would be built on it, one would assume?
Slightly, not Some of it is
Well,
in
there's
part.
Yeah, exactly, but it is part of
Yeah.
it. And the other thing is, you mentioned that you've got capacity for 65 houses, and this is for 49. So if you had 65, would you still have the same number of vehicles, is what I'm trying to say? You'd have vehicles.
No, I went on 49. If you look at cars going in and out of there, so you've got cars
No, you said your local plan has capacity to develop 65 houses
No, that's
in the area.
Sorry, the local plan, the emerging local plan.
Not your neighbourhood
No,
plan?
not our neighbourhood
So you
plan.
haven't allocated any sites in your neighbourhood?
Oh yes, we have.
For how
Yeah.
many?
How many?
Yeah, but that's the numbers I'm curious about.
Oh, there's a report on it. It's in the late papers.
Right, okay. But,
Okay, it's all
I'll
in
look
there.
at them, yeah, but
It's
I'm
all
just
in there.
thinking,
Yeah,
if you
well,
put it in there.
we have
Yeah,
got-
okay, it's not debate,
yeah,
it's okay.
Okay, we've got 26, I think, coming forward at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's not at the moment, it's what's, unfortunately, neighbourhood plans have to plan for the future, not what's already gone in, and I think that's
They're
difficult.
not developed yet.
It doesn't matter, people are still confused about how the neighbourhood
Oh, I
plan
think
works
some of them are
going
not gone
forward.
through planning yet either, so
Okay.
they will be coming forward.
Thank you. And did you want to say something?
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair, thank you. I think it's worthwhile, having listened to all the comments that have come in, it's probably just worthwhile just to recap on a couple of elements before you do enter into debate. The case which we've cited from Waverley is based also on a in principle, countryside development policy. Now, word for word, on the evidence before me, the policy in relevance to Waverley is up to date for the purposes of demonstrating that the council has a 5-year housing land supply. In that respect, that is based on an up-to-date policy. Our policy is slightly out of date, therefore it weakens our position further. That basis means that it is entirely relevant, and along with that, paragraph 59, which I've already mentioned, of the NPPF. What I'd also like to just add to as well, so that members are entirely transparent and clear before they enter into debate, is that you have a policy comment which was based on 65 dwellings, which is now redundant because the applicant has amended the scheme to 49, much less, and we have a response from the Strategic Planning Policy and Infrastructure team on page 269 to 270 that is, I would say, falling on the side of positive along with the infrastructure delivery plan position. So I just want to make those points clear for members to consider before they enter into debate. There's one final aspect as well. This outline application is recommended with a 24-month time limit. This isn't 36 months, not 3 years, it's 24 months. So I think that shows a little bit of intent from the applicant. Thank you.
Actually, that clarifies the 65 number that I was querying about. I think that's very helpful to have cleared that point. Right, where are we now? Thank you for that. Any questions for Councillor Flatman, if you would, please? Councillor Matheson, please.
Yeah, was there any pre-application engagement between the applicant and the village neighbourhood plan team? Right, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Questions? No? I think Councillor Flatman gave us a good lot of information there. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. So we go into the debate now then. Yes, we're into the debate now, please. Councillor Humphrey.
Well, Chair, thank you. I see lots of villages coming forward for development, and I feel really sorry for the people living in those villages, but it's the world we live in because there's been an identified need for more affordable housing and more development, and that's government-led, and there's a real need anyway in Suffolk for that affordable housing, as outlined in page 204, which comes from the Housing Enabling Officer. It talks about 690 applicants registered for affordable housing in this district. Well, without affordable housing, there'll be more people next time, more people again. So there's definitely a need for it. And they also talk about the need for 2-bedroom houses, 1-bedroom bungalows, that sort of thing, which is important as well, which this actual development brings. I'll come to the development in a couple of ways. Safety, we talk about the congestion along the road at the moment, and I get it. There's a school there. People park along the road. Everybody wants to take their children to school by car because they've got other things to do, like go to work afterwards. And it's reasonable, isn't it? We live in a modern world, as much as we like people to walk. So you're always going to have that problem. This development actually mitigates against some of that problem by providing parking provision. But, well, it's debatable, it's my point. It provides provision for parking off-road, which is a good thing. And for safety, that ticks a big box, doesn't it? It also allows provision eventually for the expansion of that school. And we talk about crossing the road because that still is an issue, isn't it? And in lots of schools, in lots of places in Suffolk, including in Stowmarket, the teacher or somebody walks out and stops traffic where it's appropriate. That's a common thing, and I think it's commendable. On this one, though, we do get a crossing point. And although it's not Pelican, it's not a full pedestrian crossing, it does allow access, and it's a 30-mile-an-hour zone, so it's reasonable to expect that a parent with a child would look both ways before crossing at that point, and would allow pushchairs and everything else and wheelchairs access as well. So that's a good thing as well. For the bus parking across the road from it, well, the bus can move. The bus can move a few metres down the road. And the reason why? Because there's now more parking available because we've done off-site parking. So that's a good thing as well. So safety-wise, I think it ticks the boxes. I've looked at the highway side. They were against it initially, holding an obligation unless certain things came through, and that was the pedestrian crossing and all the other things I've just mentioned. And I think we tick the box on all of those. I like the plan as well, if I'm perfectly honest. 65 houses, I'd have raised an eyebrow. 49, I think, fits nicely. If we look at the plan, even though this is outlined, I'll come back to this point in a moment, it sits well. When you think about the landscaping around it, and I know this is outlined, and I'll come to that point in a moment, it gives really good protection as you're driving towards the town of the impact of that development as you approach. And I think that's a reasonable and really sensible way of doing it. They planned this really well, I've got to say, personally. I've got one consideration note on the attenuation pool. That would need some protection for the children that are going to live on that site, because that's a natural draw for the children to go to. It's open space and it's water. Guess what? It attracts kids. So I'd like to see something in there that protects those children against that risk, as everything else seems to be risk-based and seems to tick the boxes. So the layout I'm happy with, the road layout I'm happy with, the provision of the affordable houses and the type of houses, including the 2 bungalows, I'm happy with, and it meets the need of the district. And I think the smaller developments perhaps wouldn't bring that affordable housing, which is needed in Laxfield and elsewhere. So this is why this development's important. Safety's taken care of. There are benefits to the school, benefits to the people in the town. However, if I was going to move for approval on this, and I am minded to, then I'd like to see a condition added that for the reserve matter layout to be in accordance with the indicative plan, because I think that's important, because that is a really good plan, and I'd hate that to change. That's my condition if I was going to go for approval. But I'll wait until the debate develops. That would be a really good condition to add. As long as the debate goes that way and people are minded to agree with me.
Are you still discussing your role?
We're
just trying to find out what the officer wants to do.
Yeah, okay, so I am minded for approval. To cut this short and to stop it coming back to me, and we can debate this all day really, for all the reasons I've raised, I can't see a reason for refusal. Therefore, I'm minded to approve, and therefore I propose approval of this with the condition that the reserve matter layout is in accordance with the indicative plan that's laid before us, and the condition that we have the safety element around the attenuation pool, because that's extremely important. I know we're going to electric charging, so I would like a provision on that, because I think that's probably important, especially with the car parking that's public that's available. That's my position.
Just a quick, because I've got electric charging, which I normally highways would just stick that in, but I don't think they have on this occasion, so we do need to add that. So electric charging points for the households. General accordance with the indicative plan, that's fine. The caveat I would provide, though, in terms of the attenuation basin, our colleagues in the County Council are revising their guidance in respect of attenuation basins in order, and they want to make sure they get them right early on. So they are I don't want to, the general accordance, there is a possibility that the attenuation basin could get bigger because that means it gets shallower and therefore it means it's less of a risk in context to the issue. But on the other hand, reserved matters can pick up on any landscaping, fencing requirements and so on. Just to clarify that. And one last point, I'll just go back to my officer. The crossing to the main road in front, to the school, I've got the link to Mill Road. I can't see the crossing immediately in the recommendations.
It says pedestrian.
Yes, but that's to Mill Road. Is that the same? That is the one.
Yeah. Because it's just by the road.
But in terms of the highway conditions,
There's all sorts of
so does that? Well, okay, I'll get to the actual question. My actual question is the crossing itself. There is room for us to consider different schemes above what's actually been indicated. So it could possibly be a better, zebra crossing or a pelican crossing. We can actually explore that further if need be. It's not minimal. Fine, okay. So there is a way of potentially we can explore upgrading it if the Highways Authority are open to that debate.
Can we put... Sorry, crossing to consider betterment.
Well,
can we put that in, or is that something that will come?
To be considered.
Okay. Yes, you can indeed.
Do we... do we need to have an exit? So in an emergency, there's an exit. Not on here? Oh, not enough. Okay.
And one question I have for Councillor Humphreys, while we've sort of rather whistled through that at the moment. John did say electric for the households. Were you considering electric for the car park as well? And can we do that, gentlemen?
Yeah, Madam Chair, that was my point. The household one, that's debatable. And to be honest with you, because you can plug them into the wall, some of them. But I was more concerned, or considering more the public parking area, where we could provide at least one.
Can we change that to delegated authority to explore electrical charging points, because it might be within the gift of the school or a management company. So can we leave that for the officers to explore?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Right, that was rather swift. Next person, Councillor Warboys, off you go.
I may be sort of jumping the gun a bit. About the crossing, I did sort of catch the discussion. Could you make it clear that this is the relocation of the school car park, so it will be the main car park for the school, so there'll be quite a lot of there will be a lot of use of that crossing, so if there is further...
I think our officer can help us a little further. It's in addition to...
It is exactly that, Madam Chair. It is in addition to. So you have the school as existing, and the existing arrangement, however that now sits. This proposal would provide an addition to that parking area opposite the site via a parking route. So you have the 34 spaces, whether it's in a block of 17 and another block of 17, you would have that provision within this proposal, and that would be accessed by the crossing point. So it's an addition rather than a replacement for the school.
I think I've misread what it says then.
I think I have.
Page 230. It talks about the size of the school site somewhere. And it's too small, so if the school had to expand, it would need to increase the size of the buildings, and this would only be possible if it 140 place school would require a minimum site of approximately 0.667 hectares, which is more than the existing site. It is considered possible to expand the school by relocating the school car park, which would then allow building on the existing school car park.
Yep. That is a worthwhile point, Councillor, and I think what the County Council are referring to there is that in the event of them choosing to expand that school, this scheme would help enable that through the parking that would be available. It's within the County Council's gift as to whether they choose to expand that school, and this would future-proof that. It would enable it should they so wish.
So at the moment, it is double.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
And also that's only taking into account all of the allocations, not based on...
Good point. Sorry, Councillor Caston, then Councillor Matheson. Thank you.
I think I'm leaning over to Councillor Humphrey's point of view on this. I do like the design. I like the density. I like that there's a footpath delivered where there wasn't one before. The character of the village, it is an incredibly beautiful village, Laxfield, and anyone that's been there will know that. But unfortunately, it's not a museum, and it needs to move forward, and it'd be very bad for that village not to move forward. I wonder if I would like to see a proper crossing on there. I think as soon as these cars that are parking beside the road, they are moved on, road speeds will increase, as they will. But that's just my personal view. People speed up when there's less in front of them. So I'd like to see the crossing there. Also, is it possible that we can design this area, the parking area, where a coach can drive in forwards and leave forwards, so that we can get the coaches off the side of the road and take that risk out of it? Would that be possible to have that in the design?
I think in terms of the crossing, just to answer that point first, you have what is before you, and also with the actual design out proper, how it would sit on the ground, the County Council will be heavily involved on that. In terms of the recommendation, I've done a similar scheme in the past, and take quite a bit of experience from that, whereby we actually set out a kind of a construction and design specification. So we've got a specification of a suitable car park. Obviously, we can't guarantee the layout today because that's not what we're here to determine. However, we can agree a certain standard of car park provision, i.e. is it fit for purpose? And within that, we can certainly take, whether it's good for large buses to manoeuvre and turn and re-enter in a forward-facing gear. That would be something at a later date, but we have secured what we can at this stage.
Okay. Councillor Matheson, thank you.
Yeah, I think I picked up the ward member's point. She was saying that the bus delivering the school children stopped virtually where the crossing point is made, and so I absolutely agree with that. That actually needs thinking through a little bit better, and the officer seems to be offering us the opportunity that could be done, which is good. I have to say that at the bottom of page 182, planning policy are actually saying that the relocation of the car park in order to expand the village is essential, actually. It is, to use the phrase of the day, a hinge point, seems to me. But that is proposed, so that point is overcome. I'm just saying it's required for the application to be satisfactory. So I think that's that one's watching. I mean, I agree with Councillor others that there are not strong arguments for refusal here. I think it's unfair to say the village is you know, got to look at being in the 21st century and all the rest of it. If the list in the late papers, page 22, of the number of applications that have already been approved, totaling 26 in this calendar year, sorry, 2019 calendar year, shows that they are modernising, etc., as discussed. So I think that's a little bit unkind. And the other point that I would be looking for is the sustainability and efficiency condition, as the one we put on the lawn farm, for example, at the outline stage. I think we are often doing that, and I heard what the officer said about them not being a consultee at outline stage, but that's something we can discuss.
Anyone else wish to speak? Did we have a seconder?
We haven't got a seconder yet.
We haven't a seconder. Does anybody want to second it? Councillor Caston, yes?
I'm happy to second, thank you.
Thank you. So does anyone else wish to speak?
Well, I just ask if the proposer and seconder would accept the sustainability and efficiency plan to be agreed prior to starting, or whatever it says on the other one.
So does the proposer and the seconder, what exactly did you want, Councillor?
Well, noting also that the land actually slopes south-westwards, to ask the applicant to draw up a plan to achieve good sustainability and efficiency in carrying through the development is what we're asking in other cases. And although,
how about a scheme of
not in this case
sustainability
yet,
to be agreed, which I think would just be succinct, wouldn't it? Would that satisfy everybody? Would the proposer and the seconder be happy with that?
Possibly,
yeah.
What I think Councillor Mattison is inferring is that we do have a fairly standard condition about seeking details of sustainability measures for us to consider. We can apply that in this case. There's fairly consistency on that basis. If obviously the...
right, we've got that on there. Proposer and the seconder. Sorry, John, I think we're labouring the point a little.
All I wanted to say was that I saw my note there that this is a case where we might refer the applicant to MPPF 148 and 150, taking the best use of the land.
Reserved matters have picked that bit up, thanks. Right, proposer and a seconder, you have spoken. But I would just like to say...
Happy with that.
You're happy with that. But personally from here, I mean, I hear what the ward member and the parish council have said, and I can understand it. And the difficulties that we've all got, and I've read the late papers and I've had them previously by email, these villages are expanding and they want to expand in a slow and appropriate way. And I absolutely hear them. We're all suffering from it, and there have been a lot of developments here. The applicant has reduced the numbers down, which is encouraging, so they have listened. But I do actually like the amount of green space that would be appearing on here and the size of the gardens. And so, you know, I'm sort of glad that Councillor Humphreys asked that this plan remain as is. So, thank you very much. All those in favour, please vote.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And Councillor Carter.
Carter, so that's unanimous.
Yeah,
Chair.
so it is unanimous. Thank you very much. I think, I'm sorry for those people who are waiting, but I really think we should have a break now. I mean, it is 2 o'clock. I'm sure you've missed the canteen, but, you know, I think if you can find some sort of refreshment. You've got to go now. Half an hour, I think, is sufficient, isn't it? Because I think the canteen's closed. I'm sorry, Judy. we better start now. So although we're repleted, we're depleted. So we have a lesser community with us this afternoon. So, without further ado, page 449, Stradbroke and Laxfield. Harry Goodridge, if you'd like to present the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So here we have an application for the erection of one dwelling following the demolition of existing barns, or an existing barn, sorry. There is a previous Class Q approval on the site, but cannot be implemented. So the site is located in Laxfield. It is outside the settlement boundary and as such is considered countryside. However, with the Class Q already being established, the location is viable. So the site is located within a SSSI impact risk zone, and a public right-of-way runs across the front of the site and heading out to the east. So obviously here we have an aerial map with the site in its immediate context, as well as the site in the wider context with Laxfield being this out towards the west. Sorry, so, this isn't the most up-to-date one. Oh no, it is, sorry. Yeah, so like I say, Laxfield is identified as a primary village within the core strategy. So obviously within policy CS1, that dictates that the parish is capable of limited growth. The site can be identified as the small orange dot right in the centre of the map just there, where the little pointer is now. It is roughly 0.6 miles from the settlement boundary of Laxfield. So here we have the proposed block plan showing the proposed dwelling. It is smaller than the previously approved Class Q by 16.18 metres squared, and however it does involve a small increase in the ridge height. So obviously we have some existing plans obviously showing the two barns together and the small cheese room just on the end there. As detailed on the floor plan, again it's just the existing plans with the cheese room and then the bays coming through the barns. And like I said, more elevations, just flicking through them now. So here we have the proposed elevation plans and elevations. Obviously the building is retaining an agricultural appearance. It is single storey and the materials are consistent with that of an agricultural building. And as I said previously, the ridge height is slightly increased from the current building under this application. So it is 3 to 4 bedrooms proposed with a study having the potential to become a bedroom. There is adequate parking on the site to the west, just after the access. And part of the existing cheese rooms is to be demolished to offer a sense of separation between the two plots. And it's just more of a close-up showing all the proposed elevations. And now we're just into some site photos. So obviously this is where roughly the existing area for parking will be. The access is just off screen to the left there. These are just obviously the existing barns which are to be removed under this application. That is currently the cheese rooms, which is partially to be demolished to offer some separation. That's the site from the existing access for the neighbouring property to the west. We have the existing track, which the access forms off of that, and the recommendation is for approval with conditions as detailed within the officer's report.
Thank you for that. Does anyone have any questions for the officer? No? Right. Thank you for that. Well, we don't have anyone from the Parish Council, objector or supporter, or the applicant either. So we just have Councillor Flatman.
I totally support the application. It's another dwelling in keeping with the environment. There is pathway to the village via a grass verge, which is very well kept, up to the corner farm. You can then take a footpath down behind the allotments into the village, or you have the choice of coming down towards Lower Grove Cottage, going across the fields on the footpath and come in the village the other way. So there is footway. I'm all for this. It's already passed as permitted development. It's for a young couple living with parents at the moment, using an already site, and I think it's in keeping the way they've designed it. So, totally support.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Does anybody have any questions for the Councillor? I just have a question actually for Harry. Can you just show us the access again to make sure we can see the access, please?
So the access is just off this track here, and it will come in off the left.
And is it shared with anybody, or is it?
No, it will be a private access for that property only. The track, I believe, is shared with the farmyard here, just behind these trees. However, there is an off access there, which will just be private for their property.
And what sort of surfacing would they be putting on that bit?
We don't have any details currently, or the actual access onto the site, sorry.
Yeah.
So obviously we would expect it to be a bound material within 5 metres of the highway. Obviously it just comes under the conditions, which is no unbound materials within 5 metres of the highway.
Right, so suitable, and it's not going to end up like a quagmire?
No.
Right, thank you for that. Right, anyone else got any questions, or who's going to start the debate? Councillor Carter, thank you.
I'll just move to, I don't see any reason to object to his proposal. It seems well and suited. As pointed before, it's going to be for a young couple moving to the area. It's currently being used, so I personally move to propose to make a strange noise and do a face. But no, propose to propose to accept the recommendation.
Councillor Caston, sorry, got my names muddled.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second that. I can't see any issues with this at all, and the ward councillor, with her superior knowledge to the situation, that's a big factor. That happy to second.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to speak? Oh yes, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I wondered if given it is basically sort of a non-sustainable location, about the sustainability, whether any more can be achieved. I suspect not. But possibly a condition for reuse of materials, which I think the parish has actually reasonably enough alluded to. There was no mention of sustainability in the application. I think at least we could ask for reuse of some of the materials.
I would ask the proposer and the seconder whether they want anything added to their proposal and seconds.
So obviously that's the closest photo, realistically showing all the barns in their context. Obviously the cheese room is far newer, and as such and there's not much of that.
It doesn't look like there's anything worth rescuing to me. Councillor Caston, do you want to?
I wouldn't want to limit their ability to build a nice, functional, modern, efficient house by using old materials. Also, by using new wooden materials, they'll be locking up carbon for decades and decades. So I'm quite happy to not add any conditions to that.
And Councillor Carter? Same, right, okay. So Councillor Warboys wants to speak?
Sorry, I just thought I'd speak in favour of it. I think retaining the form of the agricultural buildings would be better than the fallback position, which is, I think, a new build.
This is the new build, and the fallback position is to build what you've got there, the shed, and sort of restore it. Yeah, that's where we are on this one. Sometimes it happens the other way in some of the ones we've had.
Still an improvement.
I think so. Okay, all those in favour, please vote. Councillor Warboys, are you joining us? Are you in favour of this? Yes. And Councillor Norris, I think we are unanimous. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Councillor. And now... It's page 299.
Do you want me to point anything out, shall I?
Oh, I was going to maybe put you guys out.
All right, we can get...
If need be, don't worry about it, I'll probably do it.
John is in the driving seat for us, never having done this before.
It's been a while.
So let's see what the presentation brings us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members. I've been asked to present this final item to you. This is a reserve matters application. I'm a little rough in terms of presentation, so bear with me. So there's a reserve matters application. The principle is already decided. If I bring up the site, we are dealing with... I'll start again. Apologies. Hang on. If I get the right pages here. Helps if I had it right on the right page. Right. So in Bacton, so the number of dwellings is 64. This has been decided in principle with the outline before. We have all matters in terms of the 106. That includes affordable housing, mix, and any other contributions have all been decided. The existing future infrastructure, including buses and schools to serve the development, is not material to the reserve matters at hand. Access is also been decided at outline stage, and also this reserve matters is a little unusual because unlike other sort of similar things, we have actually got layout that is also decided under the outline application. So if I go through our plans here, this is the site, the aerial photographs, this is the site in terms of the constraints plan. The shaded buildings to the south of the plan are listed buildings, but there's none immediately adjacent to this site. It is opposite what was the school site. This was the layout, therefore, approved under the outline permission for this site off Wyverson Road, for the number of houses that are now being put forward as reserve matters. But so what we have here is a fixed layout. So we have to deal with the layout that was provided at this point. So we turn to the reserve matters. Unsurprisingly, the layout is similar to that approved outline. So this leaves us with the arrangement of the houses on the ground already decided and the space between them essentially already decided. So this is effectively a very simple application. The application is for the appearance, landscaping and scale of the dwellings already approved. So landscaping, I admit, is perhaps not as simple as it should be, as there is an overlap with the outline. We have it conditioned in terms of the outline as conditions for landscaping, as well as it being a reserve matters point to as well. But the outline is included in your papers in the bundle. So what we're looking at is what these buildings look like and their scale, so their size. And I'm going to just generally run through these very quickly because they are in your papers. They are two-storey properties for the most part. There are 5 bungalows, such as that one, on the side. And I'm literally just going to click through these because these will all be in your papers and you would have looked through these. Just to give an overall, there are street elevations included, as indicated on the plan, where these have been taken from, just to give you an idea of the mix and range of properties being proposed. And we have the landscape plan that indicates where the landscaping will be filling in the gaps between the houses and their layout already decided. Essentially, the layout continues to be based around the village green concept, which is in the centre, and we also have an attenuation basin to the left-hand side of the screen, which is all part of the layout that was agreed. So it just follows that. Photographs, some of these have been taken from the previous outline application. It's a bit difficult to give us a sense of the site as it is a field, and there's no getting away from that. This is what we have agreed for development. So these are the various boundaries. They're all very, very similar, and that leaves us with the proposal in terms of the layout, but of course essentially what we're dealing with here is the appearance and scale of the buildings with the landscaping. And we'll just leave it on there for the moment. So we have 5 bungalows, a range of houses, including flats, and we have, in terms of appearance, the design of the dwellings are considered to be acceptable. There's a good mix of materials and standard features. Plans also show electric charging points. We also have hedgehog-friendly fencing as well. The final details of the hedgehog-friendly fencing we have conditioned because there's a little bit of debate about making sure we're getting it in the right place. So we have conditioned that to make sure we have that agreed. Just given what the ecology have told us. The mix of housing has not been secured at outline stage in this case, so it can't be looked at now despite the council's change in approach to look at the mix of market housing, and this will be something we do in future outline applications, but in this one we don't have control over the actual mix of housing. Scale is predominantly 2-storey, but not excessive, and suitable given the character of the area. Given the limitation of the layout already agreed, with fixed back-to-back and other distances, officers have sought during the course of the application to reorientate some of the dwellings to reduce the significance of overlooking, picking up on third-party comments received, but there will be some degree of overlooking to existing properties. The properties have changed to bungalows to reduce that as well. I don't know if my colleague can point particularly just for me or reach over. Just go to the right a bit, right, and up. So the two in the middle there, just down a bit. Okay, so those 2 are bungalows, and the bungalows are also along the road frontage to the north as well, those 3 there. The attenuation basin, if you would see within your papers, is not what the County Council would want to see, and they are maintaining a standard holding objection on that basis. But as a layout has been fixed, we cannot now go back and redesign or change the area of it. So we have been talking to the county over this issue a number of times, and while we appreciate the county have moved forward in their guidance, we have to deal with the outline that has been agreed here, and the reserve matters is appearance and scale and landscaping, not the attenuation basin. So on that basis, we have sought to secure as much landscaping as possible for the attenuation basin area, especially without compromising its ability to function or have any particular maintenance issues long term. Of course, we have to strike a balance. We have ensured there's no public access to any part of the attenuation basin, and perhaps on this basis we've actually improved the ecology value of that area on that basis. Landscaping is somewhat tied to layout already approved, so the landscaping details provided fall in line with the layout and the areas available for landscaping as expected and determined by the outline. This application is a good example of a development approved outline that has followed through to reserve matters with little change in approach and in accordance with the conditions and agreement set at that time. And on that basis, the recommendation is approval.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for the officer, please? Councillor Norris.
It's just a small point. I didn't quite catch what the issue was with the attenuation basin.
So the attenuation basin, as I understand from our officers in county, is a bit deeper than they would want it to be. It's not as shallow as they want it, and there is other elements of the subsystem that they've grappled with. But ultimately, it's a successful scheme. Don't get me wrong; it will do functionally what it needs to do. It's just that it's a little bit deeper. So it will not be a public accessible area. The intention going forward, and I know new guidance is coming out at the end of this month and beyond, is that these do have a proper dual purpose in terms of dealing with drainage, but also be able to be a functional open space as well. And the county have been evolving towards that very, very slowly. In this case, there's nothing we can do because the layout of all the houses is set, so the space we have available just can't be manipulated any further. So this is the position we're in. But there is nothing functionally wrong with the scheme before us in terms of its function. It's just appearance is perhaps not quite where we wanted it to be, but there's nothing we can do about that at this stage. It's just too late.
And are there any members of the committee that want any further questions? Because I know Councillor Mellon wants to ask a question. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just I wanted a clarification on the electric vehicle charging points. Is there one on each house or just a number of them?
I'm not a case officer, so I presume it was one per house on the plans. They're indicated on the plans. Looking at the outline, though the outline I don't think specifically secures them, so it's what the applicant has offered.
We can perhaps ask the applicant in a moment. So we now move on to Phil Cobbold, who's going to present on behalf of the applicant, if you would, please. And before you start, I suppose we can do it first ways off. You can ask that first, or we can ask later. Do you know about the electric charging points? Has that been agreed?
It's not a requirement under the outline planning permission, but as I understand it, it is a requirement. Yeah, there will be one for each property.
Thank you. That just starts you for 10. Right. Okay. Off you go with your 3 minutes, if you would, please.
Thank you very much. As you've heard, this application site already benefits from outline permission for 64 dwellings. And as John has said, that outline permission approved the access and the layout of the development, and therefore this reserved matters submission is confined to the consideration of the appearance and scale of the dwellings together with the details of the landscaping. As you've seen from the slides, these are high quality designs, and the scale and appearance of the dwellings follows the Suffolk vernacular and incorporates the use of traditional materials. You'll see from the report that the requirements of all of the technical consultees have been complied with or were complied with at the outline stage or can be addressed by the conditions on the outline planning permission. In response to the comments from Bacton and Onehouse parish councils, the scheme has been carefully designed to respect the amenity of neighbouring properties in adjacent Earlsbrook. The new properties closest to the common boundary are bungalows, and where two-storey dwellings are proposed, they exceed the minimum back-to-back distances in the Suffolk Design Guide, and or they have no first-floor windows in the facing elevations. So there'll be no material loss of amenity. The amount of public open space accords with your relevant policies, and as John has said, that was also approved as part of the layout under the outline planning permission. This is also the case with the amount of car parking, which accords with your adopted standards. Wyverston Parish Council have objected to the flats. However, the 10 flats are the affordable homes which are designed to meet an identified need and to comply with the affordable housing requirement attached to the Section 106 on the outline permission. Parish Council's comments relating to access, traffic generation, bus services and local employment opportunities are all matters which were taken into account at the outline stage. They are not relevant to the details for you now to consider. In summary, this is a high quality scheme which will deliver 64 homes, including 22 affordable homes. The delivery of these dwellings will strengthen and improve the viability of local services in the village and will help to ensure the council maintains its 5-year housing land supply. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you know if you were given permission when this would commence?
I think it's likely that it'll commence, in the near future. Obviously, there'll be other works to be done, but
Section 38 and 104 278s take, because until we get the reserve matters and pass it on to those, they're in their hands. And the last one we did at Otley was just over a year.
Yeah, but anyway, it's proposed that as soon as the relevant, if members are minded to, as soon as the proposed legal side is fitted out.
As soon as all the highway agreements are resolved, yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Right, that was just a question for me. Does anyone else have any questions? No? Thank you very much. Did you have a question? No? You couldn't, then it's over to you. Thank you very much. If you'd like to return to your seat. And we now have Councillor Mellon, who will tell us about the location, etc., and what he's come up with.
Thank you, Chair. I won't detain members of the committee much longer. I do have to tell you that there are several things about this application that I don't like. However, I do have to acknowledge that the difficult and controversial parts of the development have already been decided with the initial permission and therefore not up for discussion today. This development is one of several large developments in Bacton which gained permission at a time when the council was unable to demonstrate a 5-year land supply, and as such I wonder whether the detail of the scheme received as much scrutiny as it might do today. Anyway, that's before my time as councillor of Bacton. So what can I say about this site? It's a greenfield site on the edge of the village. It's agricultural land, albeit a field which has been unused for at least a decade. In its favour, the site is close to the shop, the pub, it's within walking distance of the primary school and our doctor's surgery. And if and when a new primary school is built on the old middle school site, this development will be directly across the road from it. Although we now have a much reduced bus service, essentially a minibus once a day in each direction, it does pass directly along Wiveston Road, and I hope that a new request stop will be established at the entrance to this development and that over time a decent service will be re-established. Turning to the negative, as both Bacton and Wiveston parish councils have stated, this is a very dense development. Its style feels more urban than rural. In page 307, 5.1 states that the spacing between dwellings is not overly generous. I mean, you're not kidding. This really is a dense development. However, I accept that the density has already been determined, is not up for further discussion today. I do have concerns about road safety. The two main entrances to the development are fine, but the third entrance, the smaller one into the small close called the Drive, is right on the apex of a bend in the road, and I think it will prove problematic for vehicles exiting onto the highway. But again, not up for discussion today. As you've seen in the bundle, flood and water management continue to have a holding objection, but again, that part of the application has already been determined. I'm very grateful to the officer, Sarah Scott, for the very useful discussions we've had about this application over several months. I'm particularly pleased that negotiations with the developer have resulted in plots 9 and 10 being reduced to single-storey dwellings, hence addressing largely the concerns about overlooking from residents of Earlsbrook. I have no particular comment to make, either positive or negative, on the appearance of the development. It would appear to be typical of many new developments across the district, and the landscaping plan seems to be detailed and adequate. In terms of the sustainability of the development, given the Prime Minister's statement yesterday on phasing out petrol and diesel cars by 2035, I'm pleased to hear that all dwellings will be having electric vehicle charging points installed. I would like to see, as proposed by our Environmental Management Officer on page 384 of the bundle, that a condition is put in place that requests a sustainability and energy strategy prior to commencement. In conclusion, as I represent the two villages who are opposed to this development, I cannot speak in favour of it. However, the principle and much of the detail has already been determined, and therefore I simply ask that the concerns I have outlined be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the ward member? No? Thank you very much indeed. Right, in that case then, we are now open to debate. Who wants to kick off? Go on then, Councillor Caston.
Right, so most of the heavy lifting's been done with this application. I don't see any reason to oppose this design. I think the electric charging points, that's a really good thing for me. It's good to equip them like that. I'll be interested to see the benefit of an attenuation basin that people can't walk dogs around and they're just left to nature, because should this get approval, I'd be very interested in that because normally that's got the potential to provide a good ecological environment without interference. I don't know if there's going to be a huge amount of debate, but I'd like to propose that we approve these reserved matters at this point and wait to hear from the other councillors.
And that's a very good point, actually, there, James, because I think the applicant or the developer will know that I know very well of an attenuation pond not far from me, and it did become extremely overgrown, and there was a bit of a fence around it, and it all fell down, and it didn't really quite hit the button. So I hope this will be much more improved. But its safety is the first thing, I would think. So if it's not open to the public, then safety is the important thing. So thank you for proposing it. And I think you mentioned somebody mentioned about sustainability. Is that the same thing that we put on the other one that you might want to add on to this one? No, is it different?
We can't add it here.
No, we can't add it here. Okay.
Reserve matters on appearance.
Oh, right, appearance only. Can't do anything about that. Okay. Councillors, who else would like to speak on this matter? I mean, if you wouldn't, I'm quite happy to second it, but I don't like doing that from the chair, but I will second it from the chair while people think about it if they wish to speak. Thank you, Councillor Carter.
If you don't wish to second it from a chair, I'll happily second it from here to move things along.
Fair
enough. I'll second your seconding.
Okay. It's just, you know, if you want to speak on the matter, now's your time to say something. Anybody else wish to speak? I mean, I think I sort of heard from the ward member and the parish council they didn't like the flats, but they are sort of in here in the design and everything, and so I think we've got homes for people, which is important. So anyone else want to say anything? Yes, councillor?
Yeah, just to come back on that, I think it is an important part of private house supply to have these less scarce, denser areas. Obviously the flats, we need that provision within mid-Suffolk. So yeah, I'd just agree with what you're saying there.
So on that basis, if no one else wishes to speak, we've got a proposer and a seconder, so all those in favour, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unanimous.
We are unanimous, and thank you very much for waiting. Sorry you had to get left to the end, but it was worth it. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. The meeting is... Are there any... nothing else, no site visits, so we can now close the meeting, and thank you, everybody. Thank you.